Hello everyone. So it's about time, but we can see participants are still joining in. So let's wait for 5 minutes, then we can start, okay? So while we are waiting, I would like to pass some instructions for the participants. Everyone, please join in with your name following the naming convention. It should be your actual first name followed by your last name. So please make sure that you have not joined in with your gaming name or nickname or your device's name. Also, we will be sharing a feedback form. So please make sure to fill in the form to tell us how you feel about the workshop. And if you want us to improve any further, it will also contain your details such as your name that you want to get printed in your certificate, and we'll be following the 60% of attendance time criteria for the certificate, which means that you will be considered eligible for your certificate if you are present in the workshop for 60% of its time. So that's for the instructions. We will wait for 5 minutes, then we can start. Okay, thank you. All right, so looks like everyone's ready. So let's get started. Good afternoon, everyone. On the behalf of KSU and LDRP Institute, I warmly welcome everyone who has joined us in the workshop this afternoon. Let's have a quick intro about KSV and LERB before moving forward. So KSV, Kadi Sarva Vishwavidyalaya, is a university that was established with the Gujarat Act 21 of 2007 and was approved by UGC. The university has been set up by Sarva Vidyalaya Keroni Mandal, which is a trust with more than 100 years of philanthropic existence to provide need-based education and develop courses of contemporary relevance to be the University of Excellence by providing research and skill-based activities and trainings which will foster higher economic growth and to provide education to all irrespective of caste, creed, religion, etc. Now, talking about LDRP Institute of Technology and Research, then it was established in 2005 and 2006. The college has made a steady progress during the past 16 years of its existence, and as a prestigious state institute, LDRP ITR has long recognized its role in engineering education, generation, and dissemination of useful and relevant technological, industrial, and economic development of the country. And now, LDRP and KSV has brought you the Break the Barrier event, which is a compilation of various interactive workshops from industry experts, working professionals, experienced developers, CEOs, and more, where you can present your revolutionary ideas and scale up through the competitive environment, which will be presented by the hackathon to grab the opportunity to win excited prizes. So, among these 14 plus featured workshops, today we'll be conducting our part 2 of the full stack development workshop by our presenter for the workshop, Mr. Kush Gandhi, a software development engineer at Intuit. So without any further ado, I would like to hand over to Kush sir. Good afternoon, sir. Grateful to have you on board.
Yeah, good afternoon, everyone. So I was expecting this much number. So this is more than that. I was expecting much less than that. Yeah, so only thing is, yep. So first workshop, I think many of you might be there and we stressed it little bit. But yep. So only thing is now whatever part is remaining, we'll try to go through that in good amount of speed, and we'll try to cover like the remaining part. And trust me, it will start making sense to you. Like we have just seen the front end part of it. Now we'll do an integration, then a deployment, and then we will see how to host that particular web application and how all this thing works, right? So all the participants, right? Let's get started. First, let me share my screen. Yep. So now what I've learned is we should basically divide our time and give just a particular time to particular topic. That's what I learned hard way in the previous workshop. We should not go like just go deep into it and forget about the rest of the topics. So what my agenda is, first 2 hours we'll give it to integration part, where we'll be integrating our half cooked front end right now and the back end part. And so we'll be able to achieve that everything in our local machine. Then for rest 1 hour, what we'll do a deployment, okay, using Docker and AWS, and we'll deploy our application and we will give URL to you, and you can try and play around the application. So you'll get the feel of creating an application from scratch, provided you have attained the first part of the workshop and deploying it to the web. Okay, does it sounds good? Or any questions? Cool. So I think we are good. So now just let's do a quick recap in the 5 minutes. So what we did is we set up, we basically did in-depth introduction to full stack development, where we gone through multiple tech stacks, right? We discuss about the tech stack, what is good, what is not good. And then we picked React. We started with boilerplate code. We created a React tab. And with that, we also have, we created a GitHub repository. We learned about bit of the GitHub commands. I would say Git commands, where you can, which is mostly used in the industry. Okay, so those 4 commands, we learned about different concepts of Git, right? The remote remote repository, local repository, stash, staging area, workspace, all those things. Then we started working on the React app, right? We started with the boilerplate code, and then we created sort of a components, right? Then we jumped to the build lifecycle of React app, basically known as hooks. Okay, so we learned about few hooks like what is props, what is state, what are the React hooks available, what is the use of useref, and what are the stages for the React, like mount, stage, unmount, update, and where you can use the useref with that. So I hope these things are pretty much clear to you and you don't have any doubt in this basics. Okay, so we can proceed with where we like from where we left. So basically we were at this tree, right, where we understood about index.html. That's where everything bootstrap from for the React app. Then it calls the app component. Then we had a header component, right? We struggled a bit with the CSS. Finally, we created the header component. Then we had a chat room screen, right, where basically user can chat with the other participant. Then we had a register screen. That is the first screen which will going to show to our user to register himself. Then we have basically in the chat room we have these three functionalities, right? Basically this one. Yep. So this is a message box. This is a message text box. This is the search and load component, right? So I hope you all are clear with the components, component tree, and the concepts behind that, right? We learned quite a bit, like Git, React, I would say, like Git and React commands. So now what I'll do is I will just go through the state where we left. Okay, so this was about the a brief of that. Now we'll just deep dive into React, right, where we left. Let me share my screen. This is coming. Okay, cool. So now let me open the code where we left. Okay, so what I did is we were facing some issues with CSS, but apart from CSS, I hope we are all clear. We did everything from the scratch. So what I did is basically for each and every component, I have formatted it out. So we don't need to worry about all the imports related failures and all, and we can go ahead and see the final state quickly, right? And I also added to do. So whatever pending things, right, I'm sort of required to do. So I have added it as a to do in each and every JS file. And basically all the CSS files are already copied from whatever I created, right? So we don't need to juggle around that. And we just, what we need to do is from the front end side, we just need to fill in some of the to-dos and then it will be up and running. So if you want to see the current state, right, the hard-coded state of the UI, because that's how it starts, right? Even if you are working in any of the in the industry, right? So basically what you will do is you will try to come up with some sort of a working model where it is not integrated, right? So that's what we did. It's not integrated with the API, but we have some hard-coded data and that's how it is working. So if I go here, right, so where it is being served from app.js. So basically currently we have register and chat room, right? But if you see, I need to comment this out and then comment, I uncomment this out and comment this chat room out to show the register page, right? Let's say now if it reloads, it shows the register page. But this is not a good experience, right? So what we need is like on the based on the URL pattern, right? It should show up. Let's say if I say /register, right? Now let me try that out. If I say /register, right? So now it should show up this thing, show up the register page. And when I say chat room, it should show the chat room, but that's not happening, right? Why? Because we need a routing. Okay, so we learned about React, that is, it is a single page application. So basically what happens is it will not reload and download the total JavaScript code again. Okay, instead of that, on any of the navigation or any of the movement, it will basically just replace that particular component and render that. The rest of the thing will remain as it is. Okay, so now first agenda is to introduce a routing. Okay, so any questions or routing? You got the basic idea, right? Let's say if I take the GitHub example, and if you see the route, right, it is demo chat frontend. That's why it is on the demo chat frontend. If I just remove that, I do K Gandhi, Kush Gandhi, right? It lands up on my front page. So that's how the routing works. And similar way, we need that routing here. Is that clear to you or any questions? I'll wait for 15 seconds for any question. Yep, it's clear. Thanks for the confirmation. Anyone with the question? Cool. Okay, so now we'll start with the routing thing. Okay, so basically for routing, we have a React router doc. Okay, so first of all, okay, I forgot that thing. So I just make it. Okay, we have a question. How is routing different from hyperlink to separate web page? Cool, that's a nice question. So basically, if you see, right, let's say when we have a, okay, so I'm at the Khush Gandhi, right? I'm at this repo. Just keep an eye on this, right? If let's say, let's check whether it reloads or not. Let's say I'm going to demo chat backend. Is it reloading? No, right? But now what I will do is basically what happens is if you see the network call, it just replaces that particular component. So that's where the internal routing works. Okay. I mean the single page application routing works. But if you provide sort of a hyperlink with this, okay. So let's say I just copied this and this will, I'll just paste it out. So this will work as a hyperlink. Previously, we were in the application and moving into next route. So it doesn't reload, right? It doesn't reload. Now, let's say I'm pasting this up, right? So what will happen is now it reloads and download total application again. So that is where the hyperlink is time consuming. Okay. If you want to see, let me do FNF12 and we can see the network call. Okay. So let's say, so it saves memory and time. Yep. Yes. So let me show you why this way. So you'll get the clear picture out of it. If I go to Khush Gandhi, right? So it just downloaded this particular, it just fetched this particular thing that is basically, and okay, I've fetched an XHR calls. Let me do it again. So basically what point I'm trying to prove here is if you are redirecting to some link, right? Let's say I'm not clicking vaccine notifier in this application. Instead of that, I'm just opening it in a new tab. Okay, sort of working like an anchor tag. What it will do is it will download all the components, including header and this whatever reuse component you are able to see, right? It shouldn't be downloaded again, right? But it will download all of them and will start showing up. And from the next click onwards, it will just render the required component in the application itself. Whereas routing does not reload the whole page, just specific part. That's correct. Yep, that's correct. That is what about the framework, right? It is specific to framework as well. We don't know GitHub is made in React or not, right? But we can take a look in our arena, right? Whatever application we are going to make, we can take a look there. I'll show you the clear picture about what hyperlink versus a indirect route means internal routing. Okay, so let's go here. Cool. So if we are good, then we can basically start the routing thing. Okay, so what we need to do is first of all we need to cover our elements in the router, the root elements in the router. Okay, so that is basically a React router DOM, again a second library, which internally allows us to render a web page based on render a particular component. Okay, correct me. So this is about rendering a particular component based on some sort of route pattern. Okay, so obviously we have header, register, and chat room, right? We cannot show chat room and register one after another. So definitely that has to come in some routed way. First step, what I said, cover them inside the router. Okay, so we have a router that is sort of a parent component. Okay, you can learn this in detail by just googling it out, but I'm showing the quickest way to reach to a routed application. Okay, so I just did that. Now what I'll do is I'll just paste it here. Okay, so now basically this says that header, register, and chat room. Okay, all three are covered under the router. Now the power we get after converting this to a router, right, is something like now we can define our own routes and the case statement that for this particular route return this component, for the particular, like for the XYZ route return that particular component. So we just need to follow that particular pattern and provide this into the router part. Now the catch is header will always be constant, right? So we don't need a dynamic way to decide whether we need to render the header based on the route or not, right? So we just need let me first just open that up, this thing in this manner. Cool. So what we need is we need register and chat room to be loaded based on route parameter. That is clear, right? Okay, so header will remain as it is, but for register and chat room we need to do something, right? So what I'll do is I'll define a constant named as app routes. Okay, what it will do is basically it is just a callback function. Okay, so every time a route loads, okay, every time route loads, app route should be called, and based on the route it will return the component. Okay, so that is the power which app routes gives. Okay, app routes will be called to, this is a callback function to register our basically routes versus the component. Okay, let me complete that up so you'll get the clear understanding. So if I say path, okay, so let's say first path is slash, that is our home page basically. So when user types that particular path, what you need to do is you need to return an element. Okay, so this is basically a document which I studied. Okay, you can get it on the internet as well, but this is the pattern, this is the object type which we need to return. Okay, so when root when this slash is appended to path, what you need to do call is a register component, right? So what I'll do is I'll just say register component, return the register component. Correct, basically it's an array, so we should be returning an array. And let me do the shift F. Any doubt till here why we defined app routes? What is the responsibility of app routes? Are you guys getting it? Cool. So now there will be a second route, right? Second route is I've written here, that is chat slash sender ID. Okay, so what this means is sender ID appended as a chat after chat. Okay, so let's say once user registers, right, he or she will be assigned with some sort of ID. That ID we need to show up on the URL pattern. Okay, so what we need to do is this, basically the dots, the column before that says that it is sort of a variable which will be passed from the outer component to this to this particular app routes, and it will be filled in after that. Let's say I just register myself, okay, and my sender ID is 3. So what it will do is slash chat slash 3. It will redirect to that particular component. Sender ID could be anything, but that particular sender ID would be provided to the component which will get rendered based on for that particular URL. Okay, so the same pattern I'll do, sender ID. So sorry, chat slash sender ID. So this basically says it could be any of the variable, right? And now basically what we need is a chat room component, correct? So chat room component will be rendered based on that. So this is our second configuration, and third configuration is basically when none of the routes match, right? Sort of a 404. So when user types anything, so how we define this? Slash star. Okay. So after slash, if anything is being given, okay, what you need to do is you have to kick in your default mechanism. That is fall back to register. Fall back to register component. Correct. So it will be on the register page and will not need to basically worry about any malformed URLs where user is trying to pass anything. It will not honor that parameters or honor that path, and will just re, will just redirect to that particular register component. Okay, so now we don't need to comment this out and uncomment this out. Instead of that, what I'll do is I just say app routes. This itself is a component basically, or we'll do this, correct? So what it says is router, take these two things, okay, header is constant, and this is our routing component, routed component, basically routed component thing, where we have defined all the routes. Let me do shift F, yep, where all these things are defined, and you need to render that particular element according to the routes. Okay, expected an assignment or a function call instead of show an expression. Cool. So basically, are you guys clear with that, the routing part, or is there any question? Why I went with app routes? Why I have created this? What this means? Any sort of general doubt? Anyone? Any doubt? Nope. Cool. Cool then. So basically, okay. Yep. We basically need to assign that particular thing in the routes variable. I'll just clear it with the syntax. Okay. Use routes. Use routes is basically again a hook, like you saw that use effect thing, right? So basically what I'll do is in that particular thing, I'll pass in that array. So our routes point to this. Okay. Command shift, sorry, shift F. Cool. So now we just need to return that particular. So that is basically a syntax about defining the routes. Okay, that is what defined in the React. If you just search it out like React routing, so you get that particular syntax. So what it is doing is it is using an hook. Okay, again we discuss why we need to use a hook in React, right? Otherwise, basically, if anything gets created in that function, it will be re-rendered and overwritten again and again if you are not using the React hooks. So that's why we need to use a particular hook for that particular thing. So route is basically, if you see, right, it is sort of a React element where it expects anything in the path side, and basically and like that those are the parameters, but at the end, if you see it basically gives back the component, right? So the app route thing will internally gives back the component thing. Okay, and this is sort of a hook where we provide the routes detail to it, and we'll just do app routes here, and that's it. Now this is what I explained the syntax, but I hope you get the idea. Okay, so tomorrow if you are working in React Native, there will be a different syntax, a different idea around the router, but you need to get that. But you need to get the basic understanding about that. Okay, So basically this is it. Now let's try this out. Okay, I said register. Okay, so we are on the register page. Now we said chat with sender ID. Okay, so chat, let's say passing sender ID is 2, right? Now we are on the chat page, chat application. So that's how it renders this particular thing. And now if someone tries to do anything, like let's say something like this, what it will do is it will redirect to the register page. So now our routing is been taken care with the use of this uh, app routes callback, right, which internally returns a component and renders our component based on the path parameters. Now, only catch here is why I kept this generalized path parameter at the last. Okay, because it will start analyzing all this thing from top to bottom. Okay, so first it will match this with this, whether it match only slash, right? It doesn't, then it will go to second, then it will go to 3. Now, if I just place it here, right? Let's experiment that quickly. If I place it here, what will happen is, can anyone guess what will happen? I said it will do basically search from the first element, then second, then third. So if it encounters this, right, a general any statement, basically which matches any path. So what will be a final state about our application? Can anyone guess that? If I type, let's say, chat sender ID, will I able to get there? For everything, correct, Kuldeep? Yep, it will show sender this thing for everything. That means if even if I typing correctly, let chat 2. Okay, this is working. Not sure. Have I saved it? Cool. If I do this, let's say, okay. Okay, this seems working correctly. So I think React doesn't honor that thing. Okay, doesn't honor the level, I mean the priority of the routes. So we can put in any way. But now where this is confusing, right? Even this confused me as well. It okay. Yes, it should be. Yep, it will show register component for everything, but what will happen is, like, if you just move to another framework, let's say Angular, right? So in Angular, basically we have the such sort of thing where we basically show this in a priority order. If you place this here, it will block the rest of the two thing. Okay, so that means it will always hit that first thing, the first routing configuration, and always show the particular configured element. But probably here it's not the case. Okay, so this will happen in general. Okay, when you juggle around multiple technologies, you are not master of one, right? So try and error, right? So like how I did, right? I tried this out, but this experiment is working fine. Okay, so if I just write something, I'm landing on a correct page, and if I write chat -2, I'm landing on a correct page. So that somehow it is not honoring the order, but still there will be a way. Okay, there will be a way to honor that order. You just need to Google it out. That is the thing. Okay, so cool. So even I learned something new, right? So that it doesn't honors the order of this, and probably there is some hidden thing around it. We can find it out by Googling it, right? So this is about the routing. Cool. Let's move forward quickly. Okay. So now we are all ready and set with this. What we will do is now we'll jump to an API integration. Okay. So all this data, right? All this, like the participant is showing as Divya, and we have this hard-coded messages, right? Even if here that the participants are hard-coded, okay, but other code, the front end side code is working fine. But only thing we need is basically a data, right? So when we are in need of data, we fall back to a middleware. It's a middleware like sort of a backend application, correct, with the database. So now we will stop or we'll park the UI here, okay? And now we'll jump to creating a backend application. Then we will come here back and we'll integrate this up, okay? So this is the thing which I wanted to show. And so normally, if you are in software industry, right, we'll have a different roles like a front end engineer or back end engineer. So front end engineer will do till this, right, till this point, or probably define some props and states around it, okay, and do a dummy data and show it up, and then wait for an API, right? And then a backend developer works on an API, gives back to the UI engineer, they integrate, then something went wrong, and then they start everything again juggling up, and it takes a sprint around that, right? But now here, what we are doing is we are just learning how to do it all by our own self, okay? So now we are the one who will be creating an API. Cool. Any doubt till here with this hard-coded components, or are we good? You understood the routing? Any questions? Nope. Cool. Anyone? I'll wait for 5 seconds more. I hope we are on the same page. Cool. Let's start talking about the APIs. Okay. So when we say APIs, right? So it is sort of a way. API is nothing but an application programming interface. Okay. Where it understand this as a sort of a function. Okay. Which is basically outsourced. So it could be a REST API, okay, REST API, which is over the internet, okay, transform using JSON. That's what it is called, a representation state transfer application programming interface. That is what a REST API is. Today we'll be using the REST API, but there are multiple flavors of APIs available. Okay, APIs could be available as libraries as well, which probably you will add it as a dependency and use it. Okay, but in this particular scenario, we are going to create a REST API which will expose some endpoints and transfer data between UI and backend through JSON. Okay, JSON format, which is basically sort of a not tightly structured format. Okay, which basically represents the state of a UI, and based on that particular state, we'll do some action in backend and then return the response. Okay, so it will be based on request and response. So that's about the REST API which we'll be using. Okay, and to enable the REST API, definitely because we'll be using basically a network to transfer that particular JSON payload to our backend. We'll use HTTP, which is layer 7 protocol, to or an HTTPS. Okay, when we are moving to sort of when we will host that particular application, both are a layer 7 protocol in the OSI model, which will help us to do a communication between the front end and back end using the REST API architecture. Okay, so now if I talk about HTTP methods, basically there are 4 type of methods available. Okay, you probably all are familiar with that, so I'll just go through that once. So GET is nothing but a read operation, which basically wherever there is a requirement where we need to read some data from the backend server, will use a GET API, and GET API will not do any sort of updation or deletion or any operation. It will be basically idempotent call where it will not make any changes to server. Like even if you try multiple times, and it will just read and give the response back. Then comes to a put method. Okay, so put method is nothing but a update. So when we require to update some resources, okay, let's say resources in the sense, let's say I want to update some user, right? Username update or a password update. So generally those APIs are are basically represented in put as a HTTP method. We are basically coded as a put HTTP method. Post is nothing but creating something. Okay. So when we are creating, let's say for our register thing, right? We are creating some users in backend. Then only we'll able to store them, right? So for that, we'll use a post HTTP method, and delete, as the name suggests, whenever you want to delete something, delete some sort of a resource, okay, on the backend side, we generally use a delete HTTP method on that REST API, and that workflow will basically do a delete. So that is just a common convention, okay. You can even create something in the get, you can delete something in put, you can update something in post, and you can create something in delete. Everything is possible, okay. It's up to you, but that is what generally it says, okay. That is the general practice to do. If you do delete, if you do call delete method and create some resource, then it doesn't make sense. The consumer of your API will never know that you are creating something, and that's a very bad practice to do. But you are free to do everything on your own, okay. So this is just the common norms. Now, yep. So basically, HTTP methods, as I said, create for post, read for get, update for put, delete for delete. So with the use of this CRUD synonym, we can define this. Okay. So this is sort of a basics of HTTP methods. Sorry, basic of REST API, which I'm going through. Okay. So this basic you will need to while creating the API. So I will just cover it before that. Now let's just understand the communication, how it going to happen. But before that, let's create the API. Okay. Are you guys clear with the what is REST API? What is HTTP method? What is HTTP protocol? Cool. Any doubts on that? Any doubt about post, get, put, delete? How we're going to do this? Cool. There is no such doubt. Then let's move forward. Okay. So what? Okay. Is it REST API? Yes, yes, it is a REST. It will be a REST API. Okay. So when you say I'll just tell you one thing. So these terms are a bit confusing. Okay, you have heard about microservices, you have heard about REST API, you have heard about endpoint, you heard about services. So all this thing has its own meaning in it. Okay. So let's say microservice architecture. That's a different thing. That's a different game when you scale your services and modularize them. It can be achieved through a REST API. It can be achieved through a SOAP. Okay, but microservice here, like it's a different game. So basically, it's how you define the things. Okay, so by REST API, I mean we will use a JSON body to communicate between UI and backend. That's the only thing. What it like that's what it means. Okay, so that is about the REST API. Representation, state, transfer, API. We can also, there is another flavor of it, SOAP API. Okay, if you have heard about it, which is basically a tight coupled way of communicating. Even it is sort of a service hosted on some other environment. Okay, which also uses HTTP protocol, but the language which it speaks, right, it's not JSON, it is XML, and this is tightly coupled basically based on the WSDL file and the contract. So we also have a SOAP API as well. If you guys are like just wondering what is REST API, and so just to give a second example, so basically you can compare between that. It's a REST API where we do a JSON, where the language is JSON in the communication, not the SOAP API where the language is XML. So that is how we differentiate basically. All the APIs, how do we choose what to use? Let's see that. Yeah, for that you need to stay. You need to stay till we start communicating. Does that sounds good? We'll try to create an intuition behind like what APIs we need to use, where, and how we will integrate with the React. Okay. So stay with me. It will be fun. Cool. So now first what we'll do is we'll create a backend application. Okay. So I'm not going with the GitHub part. Then after on, first I'll create a local repository, and after on we'll push all the things to GitHub. Okay, just to fast forward the things. So now we are using a Spring Boot application. Okay, so pardon me. So Spring Boot, basically I'll just cover that in a quick sentence. And don't get afraid if you are working in Python or Flask or Django or any framework. Okay, I just want you guys to learn the concept and the intuition behind things, right? And then you can implement it in any language. Okay, it could be any, you can even do this in a C language or a C++ language. That is even a possible thing. Okay, but what I want you to learn is learn any single framework, any single framework concept. Okay, just learn it as a concept, and you will able to map everything like the controller, right? So someone who has worked with uh, a Python or a Django, means a Django framework or a Flask framework, might know this term controller, right? This remains constant throughout every backend framework. Okay, so if you learn this thing and move to any of the framework, it will be easier shift. You will able to map this thing, right? Okay, you like it's just a natural thing. If you know one language, let's say Hindi, okay, and you are trying to learn any other language like Marathi, you need to have a base, right? Let's say Hindi may, like I'll say something like a ball. Okay, ball, will call it as game. Okay, so you have to have one reference that this is game. Now I will decide what it is being called in the English. That, okay, so you need to have a reference first of all by seeing an object. Yeah, this is what we call in at least one language, then you can refer it to another language. Okay, otherwise you will be like deep. Okay, you'll not able to speak anything. First start speaking, then converting. Okay, so here I'm trying to get you to the floor where you can just start speaking that language. Okay, the controller, service, DAO, all the layers. Then later on you are all free to move and pick any of the framework around it, but you will have a one reference with you. Okay, and Spring Boot, why I picked that? Because obviously I know that. Okay, I cannot pick something which I don't know. I'll not able to explain that. And second thing is because it is generally used, like Java is sort of a language which is ruling this industry from very like from 90s. Okay, so generally all the big companies are using this particular framework, Spring Boot, and it will be beneficial for you if you start learning this. But I'm not saying learn only this. Okay, you are free on your own. Like you can explore things around it. So that's about it. And okay, just Spring Boot. Let's sum it up. It's basically an open source Java based framework, Java language based framework, which is created, like which helps you to create a microservices. Microservices, as I said, it's a different game when you are working when you are talking about the REST API architecture and how the communication happens. So it is a different game. Okay, we are not currently going into the microservice architecture. We're just defining a simple standalone REST API. That's it. That runs on their own. Even microservices is something which covers the REST API part. Okay, that runs on their own without relying on external web server. That I'll show you that how it runs on their own, and how it ups the server, and how the all the layering works. Okay, basically just remember this particular diagram. Okay, now let's start with Spring Boot. I hope you guys are aware with Java as a language. If not, I'll translate all, like each and every statement into understandable language. That's what we are doing here. You can do this in Python or uh, any sort of a language, even Node.js, right? So hope you guys are okay with that. Now to initialize a Spring Boot, okay, there is one thing called a Spring Initializer. I hope the spelling is correct. Not, yep. Spring Initializer. Okay, so what it will do is basically it will generate a package. It will generate all the dependency and download it to our system. That's it. So this is basically a first point where we need to head towards. Okay, so it is a Maven project. Again, Maven is a dependency management tool, just like how npm is. Okay, basically what sort of a Spring Boot version we need to use. Currently, we are staying with 2.7.2. There will be minor changes in that. Okay, but you can choose and feel free, like you can choose any of the languages that's also supported in Spring. Okay, as I said, Java, but now it's Kotlin and Groovy, which is also getting supported, right? So you can try that as well. Gradle is again a second dependency management tool, but currently for this, we will be using a Maven. Okay, so so group artifact name is sort of an identifier for our package. Okay, so I'll say group is basically a package structure. So I'll say my chat app. Okay, so basically every project will start from com.mychat app artifact. So basically artifact means the name of the application. So I'll say my chat app backend. Okay, demo project for Spring Boot, that is fine. That's just a description. We'll use packaging as jar. Okay, jar means Java archive and var means web archive. This is specific to Spring Boot. You can Google it. Okay, and we'll be using Java version is 8, Java 8. Okay, so this is done. This has been done. Now we'll just add the dependency. Okay, because we need to make it as a web server. Okay, so to make it as a web server, basically we need a dependency around that. So basically it has Spring MVC. Okay, basically Spring Web. So I want this dependency. Okay, so that I'll create a REST API and will able to communicate right via over a HTTP. So this is why we are going with the Spring Web. Again, if you are switching to some other framework, there will be other dependency around that. Then we will choose the developer tool, dev Spring Boot dev tools. That's nothing. Only thing is like it will support the live reload. Okay, whenever we do Control S, it will reload the server, so we don't need to restart it again. Then our database. Okay, so definitely to store the data, we need a database. Okay, so we'll go with the in-memory database. Okay, why in-memory database? Because I don't want to stretch this workshop. Okay, to ages, because if we start configuring database, creating all things, then it will not remain as workshop, but it will be sort of a tutorial or a Udemy course, right? I don't want this to happen. So we'll just go with this S2 database, which is basically a in-memory database, and we're able to quickly up that thing, and it will be bind to our application. As soon as the server goes down, the database will flush all these things, right? So our data will not stay persistent, but this thing you can try on your own by getting some database as a service thing. Okay, it could be in AWS. There are multiple services available around database. Okay, that you can host your own database, so it can be an independent component. But for now, for this demo application, it will be in memory. This database will be used in deployment or it is local. Yep. So basically, yep, it will be used even in deployment as well, right? As I said, it will go hand in hand with the application. So let's say the application is hosted on my local host. There will be a port and URL allocated to database. Okay, database management system, where we can just log in. Okay, and query the database that in the local itself. So if you are hosting application in local, the database and application will remain in local. If you are hosting in any of the virtual machine, AWS, okay, that's what we're going to do. So that will be accessible in that particular environment. Okay, I hope you got the answer. Both will go hand in hand. The local one will get the local. We'll show you that. Okay, if time permits, we'll go through that as well. And Spring Web. Okay, and there is another dependency which is basically a Spring Data JPA. That's it. So why Spring Data JPA? Because this is a database. Now we need a communication between database and our application, right? So JPA is basically Java Persistent API. Okay, sort of, I think that's the correct name. But what it does is basically it will give yes, it is Java Persistent API. It will give in it is basically an ORM tool. It supports basically gives an interface on top of ORM tool, and ORM tool is Hibernate. Okay, if you don't know ORM, no need to worry. It's basically object relational model. If you have worked with any query, like if you are working with the tables with an API, okay, so you always need some sort of an ORM tool. Otherwise, you need to write the query by your own in Sting, pass it to the database, get the result set, convert it into an object. This is a hell lot of work. Okay, so previously we used to do that, but now every framework has its own ORM. Okay, and where it will help is basically you don't need to all this boilerplate thing. You just need to say this is the data, this is the representation object of this, and you'll get all the data filled in the object. You don't need to manually pick the rows, columns, and fill in that. Okay, now everyone is working on some or another ORM tool. Okay, on top of any of the databases. No one is giving the like bare query, like just a query in string and then unwrapping it. I hope you guys are able to get the detail. Okay, this is not a tutorial on ORM, so I'll just give you a brief around that. Okay, so this is what we wanted to do. We'll do a generate. So it will download this, right? With this my chat app. Now what I'll do is basically what we need to do is you just need to extract this in the folder where we created workshop demo, right? Then workshop demo, just unzip that thing. Now we have this my chat app backend working, right? Cool. So this is our application. This is our boilerplate code. Okay. What I'll do is I'll just make it as a Git repository. And what is the command for that is like this is just a folder. Okay. There is no Git tracking available, like how we had in this, right? My chat app front end. It shows red. That means there are some things which we need to commit. But this is not in any color. Why? Because it's not tracked by Git. So, yep, we need to do a git init. So now this will work as a Git repository. Now it is pointing to a local repository. Okay, I have not created any remote repository for that. Okay, so this is being done. Now what I need to do is I'm using an IDE called STS. Okay, you are also feel free to use, like you can also use any sort of an IDE. I'm using this. Okay, STS. I'll just paste this thing, import this as a Maven project. So I'll just go through a file structure quickly. Any question? Okay, now people are losing interest. Only 27. Cool. Not an issue. Okay, if you don't have any questions, you see this is importing a Maven project. That means this is downloading the dependencies, okay, from the internet. Now I'll go through the structure once again. Okay, so basically this is a pom.xml, which is basically same as our package.json in React. Okay, which basically says what are the dependency. If you see this this is basically an XML file. Okay, as you know from the extension, and these are the dependencies. Like I said, starter data JPA, right? I said that in UI, this one, I mean the Spring initializer. Now it has added this as a dependency. That's what it does. And it basically have some build plugins and all. And this is the name which I have given initially, right? My chat app backend and com.mychat app. So anywhere, if you are struggling with any of the dependency, just go to pom.xml and check the version of the dependency. Okay, but now since this is not a lecture on Spring Boot, will not go in that. Okay, now it has given us the boilerplate code. Okay, basically a code from which we can start. The likewise how we had in the React, right? It was, now this is ready to start application. If I just do install, okay, if I go to this, so there is no terminal. anyways, we'll able to do it from here. So what I need to do is basically run as Maven build. So Maven build is nothing but a Maven lifecycle. Okay, if you are interested in working on a Spring Boot, learn about Maven. This is also a good concept to learn. Okay, if you are not, if you are working with some another framework, just think of it as a downloading dependency, creating a executable jar file. Okay, jar file is nothing but an executable version which we can go and deploy somewhere. Okay, so at the end of the day, when you have completed your project, you will give the jar file to a DevOps team. Okay, and they will work with that particular jar file. At the end of the day, this is what your output is. Okay, they never work, they never care about what code you have written, what is sort of a syntax you have used, nothing. It's all about communicating from jar file. Like once you are done with the development step, everything is on your jar file. That is an executable file which will get deployed eventually. Okay, so what I'll do is I'll do clean and install. What does it say? First of all, clean the previously created jar file and install it again. Okay, so I'll just apply and run that. So what it will do is for that particular dummy application, if you see here, we have a target folder. It is currently empty, but after completing this, we'll have a jar file in that. Basically, it is compiling all those things. So it will make sure that we don't have any compilation error, right? It will try to update server, that is Spring Boot. We have registered the Hibernate ORM as I was discussing. There is no taste written to it. Yes, it will download this, take a few minutes, and then we'll able to start with that. Okay, cool. Build is success. Right now, what I'll do is I'll just refresh this folder structure. Now, as you see, we have target filled up, right? And now we're able to see that this jar, right? My chat app and chat app backend.jar. This is the only thing which DevOps guy cares about. Okay, you just need to wrap this out. I mean, get it from after doing Maven steps and give this. This is an executable one, and this even now the Spring Boot. Okay, it also embeds the Tomcat server in this as well. Okay, we don't need to. The jar itself has a Tomcat server inbuilt. Okay, so previously what used to happen is if you create a jar file, we need to deploy it on the Tomcat server manually or through some automation. But now in Spring Boot, we have built-in Tomcat server, which will basically what it will do is if you unwrap the jar, if you execute the jar, it will up the server, it will host that application and make it available. Previously, it was just able to up that particular piece of code, and that we need to make it available in the Tomcat server. But now this is not the case. This is a power of Spring Boot. Okay, and now since the build is done, right? So what I'll do is I'll just run this application. That's what we are keen to see, right? So if I just go run configuration, Spring Boot app, new configuration. This is my chat app backend. This is what the path of this demo application. Okay, and I say apply and run. Okay, so we'll able to execute all this thing and we'll able to up the server. Okay, it says demo app application is not found. Probably the path is not the correct one. My chat backend, let's search that path. This is the current class file. I say run, basically name it as run, apply and run. You will able to see the success message, right? Started this on 8080. Now this is where the first thing is started. Now if you see, you're asking about the database, right? So database is available on s2/console. So this also has internal routing. When we do s2/console, we'll able to get the database thing, correct? So that's why it is called as in memory. Cool. Now we will just quickly start, right, with defining all the things. Again, we are not on time. I don't want to waste much time on that. Okay, so we'll just start with the pattern. First of all, I'll jump back to PPT here. Okay, remove. Where are we? Yep. Okay, so first what we'll do is we'll create a controller. Controller is something which will be a front-facing application. Okay, front-facing code. Okay, where the request will come, request will hit. We'll follow the MVC architecture. MVC is nothing but a model view controller. First, we'll define the controller. I'll explain that as we go inside that. Okay, so what I'll do is I just create a separate folder for controller. Okay, create out a separate package, say it as a controller. So here our controller will reside. Okay, then we need to create service. Okay, service is something like controller handle the request. Okay, now whatever manipulation we require to do, whatever business logic we require to do, that will be part of a service code. Okay, so that is basically a controller. In MVC it should be MVCS, right? Controller and a service. In MVC, basically controller is supposed to do business logic, like sort of separated between model and controller, but now we'll do controller then service. Okay, so service is something where all our piece of logic, whatever manipulation we need to do with the data will go. Okay, we'll have a service as a second folder. Then our DAO layer, basically nothing but the persistence one, whatever entities we want to store. Okay, so we'll come back to this, but before that we'll create two things, basically a package for our model. Okay, model is nothing but the tables, the database tables which we want to store in that. Okay, so we'll define our model here. Then we'll define a sort of a repository. Okay, the repository is nothing but we have a model, we have a service, but if service wants to talk with the model, service wants to talk with the database, right, and want to get anything, so we need to have a repository in between. Okay, that's where the GPA code comes into picture. Basically a repository is something where we execute our query. Model is something on which we execute the query. Service is basically what uses the generated result, and the controller which listens to the request and gives the response. Okay, so this is a sort of a like you can say a responsibility of each and every package. We use the React app, right? Yep. We use the React app right now, and this is also known as like sort of an independent service. Yep, we use the React app. Cool. Any doubt on this? Cool. So we will create a repository. Now I think we are done. Okay, I'll just verify that we have controller, TTO, entity, repository, service. Cool. Only thing is, okay, we'll need some internal data as well, right? That is known as DTO. Basically, that's a common structure. Like you will like when you let's say when you use a request for a user. Okay, when we need to create an API which lists down all the users, we will not show all the tables related entities, right? At the end of the day, everything is an object. We'll have some intermediate state which will show, like let's say we have a user table, okay, which has password. Definitely it doesn't make sense to show that password on API, right? API response. So what we'll do is we'll have a model filled in as a table. We'll convert that model into a DTO and then we'll show it. So we can extract out some of the fields which are not required, like password and all. Okay, which we don't want view to be displayed. Like on view, we don't want to display that thing. Cool. I think everything is clear with that. Okay, first we'll start with the model thing quickly. So basically for model, I'll just create a class, and before that we'll jump to this. Okay, we are 2:15. Cool. Let's quickly go through that. Okay. I also want you to learn about the designing aspect as well. Okay. So currently we are where we have successfully running application. Now what is the DO layer? What is the DB? We need to decide, right? I'll explain how to come up with the database design quickly. Okay. So does this sound good, or like are we good with that? Like are we good with the backend thing? And I hope you guys understood why I created the packages. What is okay? Anyone? I mean, guys, we are only 23. Don't like you can even speak. Okay. Uh, you can turn on your mic and speak in between. That's not an issue. And anyways, I'm not concerned about like there are 23 or 85 or 90 or 100 or 1000. Okay. At the end of the day, I just want to deliver the content which is helpful for you. That's the only thing. Okay. So any doubt in between, or if I'm going wrong in some other direction, just let me know. Okay. At the end of the day, we just want to make sure that you understand, you realize, you feel that process, and then you can go on your own. Okay, then you can learn everything on your own because Google is on your hand, right? I mean, the internet is on your hand. You're able to find anything and everything. But I just wanted you to learn that process. You just get the top view of that. Cool. Okay. So we'll go with the database design quickly for our use case. Okay. For the chat application. So for any database design, right? Tomorrow, let's say you are going to make some sort of a e-commerce website. You will have to follow the steps to understand and to come up with the database design. Okay. What you need to do is identify all the use cases. Okay. Use cases means whatever things user can do, just write it down. That like user can register, user can chat with another person, user can send message, user gets search. Okay, all those things are the use cases. Find out the actors. Actors means a sort of a personality which is acting in that particular use cases, like user does this, so user is an actor in that, right? So find out an actor. Then so actors will be our potential tables. Okay, I'll say potential tables. That won't be an actual table, but could be a table. Okay, thing, because the actors what will be storing in the backend. Then define the attributes, basically characteristic of the actor. Let's say for user, it will be username, user ID, what sort of a messages they have sent. You can go in uh, any you can add any of the attributes. Like if you want to introduce username and password to it, you can do that as well. Then define the relationship between them. Cool. So this is a 3 level structure which we need to follow to come up with any database design. Okay, database design is a crucial part. Okay, there are multiple teams who would be working on that to ensure the structure is in correct format, the data is in correct format, there is no anomalies. So this is a huge thing. Okay, for any sort of an application. This is a small one, but when you start working on any of the uh, big companies, or let's say big startups, they'll have a sort of a very complex database because their use case are like that. Use cases are like that. But for us, it's simple one. Any doubt in these three steps? Or are we good? Okay. I'll take this as no doubt. Okay. So first, as I said, we'll follow use cases. For our use cases and actors, okay, first use case is sender can able to send multiple messages to any receiver. Okay. Just note down that sender is our actor. Messages is again sort of an actor because it is a sort of an entity which is being sent to another actor. Okay, receiver is our actor. Then second use case is receiver can able to receive multiple messages from any sender. Just note these words, like can able to send multiple messages. Okay, it's not like I just send hi and it stops. Will able to from sender side will able to send multiple messages. Sorry for the background noise. will able to send multiple messages to receiver, and receiver can able to receive multiple messages from the sender. And here also another thing will come, that is basically a sender or receiver. At the end of the day, user will able to register with the application. That's what is missing, right? So this is the three use cases which I think are required to create the database design. Am I missing any of the use case? Can you elaborate? Like, if you are, if you have joined me from the starting, probably you might able to think of some other use case which we are going to which we are missing here. Anyone? There is one use case which is missing, which is not there, not a part of this PPT, not a part of this point, but I just want you to come up with that. Anyone? Cool. So the third use case would be chat room ID. Nope, this is not a use case. I would say this is something like will return chat room ID as a response. Okay, when user register, correct? So that is being an internal detail. That is an internal detail. But the use case is a user or a sender can search for a receiver. Okay, so that is again an use case. So actually we have a 4 use cases. Okay, after this second one, the third is user can be sender or receiver, can register themselves. Fourth one is user or receiver, user means sender or receiver can search for another sender, another receiver. Basically a sender can search for another receiver in the application. So 4 use cases, but at the end of the day, the other use case will also have this as actors. Okay, so where how many actors are there? Sender, receiver, messages. That's it. So around this 3 things, we need to create an entity. We need to create a table. Okay, now the third step was defining. Now this three are clear, right? Three actors are clear. Now we need to come up with the attributes and the relationships. Okay, so basically there are types of relationships. Okay, so we'll just jump back to this. Okay, now we have the actors. So based on actors, I think you got the idea that we will have a table of user. Okay, because user can be sender or receiver at any point of time, correct? So we can generalize this to as a user, and there should be a separate table for the messages. Okay, which is basically both will have a relationship somewhere. Okay, and that's what we need to achieve. Okay, but now from users and messages, there is a possibility of 3 types of relationship. First is one-to-one. Basically here is an example. That means user having one registered address. So how we achieve that is we'll put in user, we'll put the address ID. Now here I'm assuming that all of you are aware with the database tables, attributes, primary keys, and just the basics of it. Okay, so user basically has an address ID, and from address ID we'll able to join these 2 tables, and it will have one-to-one relationship. Every user will have, means a user will have a single address. Okay, so that is an example of one-to-one. Now one-to-many or many-to-one. Basically, if you see from the left side, it is one-to-many. That means if you're using an Instagram, okay, so one post can have multiple comments. Okay, so how we achieve that in this, right? So if you see, we have a, for each and every comments we have a post ID. So that means when we have a one-to-many or many-to-one relationship, just put the primary key of one side, that means the post side, into many side. Another example could be a teacher and a student. Okay, so one student can have, I mean, let's go to a scenario where one teacher teaches multiple students. Okay, I mean the class has a single teacher, no other faculty. Okay, So it will be one teacher teaching multiple students. Okay. So what we'll do is for many side, that means student side, we'll have a teacher ID allocated to them. Okay. So tomorrow, let's say if we want to know who is a teacher for, let's say, uh, Tirth Joshi. Okay. So Tirth Joshi will have a corresponding teacher ID entry in his particular row. He'll be a part of student table. He'll have a teacher ID. And from the teacher ID, we'll able to know who is the teacher of Tirth Joshi. Okay. So because students are on the many side, we'll put a primary key of the one side. That means the singular entity on the many side table. Okay. I hope this example makes sense to you, because other way we'll not able to achieve that. If we put comment ID in the post, we'll not able to get multiple comments for that particular post. Okay. There will be only single post which we'll able to store for that. So that's why we need to put. So this is just a rule. Okay. What we need to follow whenever you identify one or one to many relationship, that is the way you will achieve it. Okay. Or many to one, you can see it in a reverse way, like comments to post. Many comments as one post. Correct. Like comments will not be spanning over the post. One comment always belongs to a single post. Right. Now, any doubt in one to many? Or are you guys clear with the particular concept of it? Like, anyone? Any doubt? Okay, cool. Let me go to third slide. Many to many. Okay, so this is where the things gets interesting. Now, one course can have many students, correct? Let's say Maths 3. Okay, Maths 3 has many students, and students will get enrolled in multiple courses, right? Let's say any of the student is enrolled in Maths 3 and then EG and other things. Okay, so it is many to many relationship. Yeah, Janish will share that. Cool. Course. Yeah, I was on the courses and the students thing. So one course has many students, right? Like let's say PG. PG has multiple students from multiple blocks. I mean multiple departments, and like students will get enrolled in multiple courses, right? It is many to many relationship. So now when you encounter any many to many relationship, what you need to do is, now you cannot shift that particular primary key on either side, right? If you put student ID on the course side, this will be restricted to have only one student, right? So that won't make sense. If you put course ID on the student side, students are restricted to have only one course, but that is also not our use case scenario. So what we'll do is, because we cannot accommodate this column on both the side, we'll introduce a new table where it will show the mapping that this student is with this course ID. Okay, so here student ID can repeat, even the course IDs can repeat. But with this particular third table, third entity, we'll able to achieve many to many relationship. Okay, so only three things you need to remember. When one to one, you will need to just put any of the, like even in address we need to put, we can put user ID, because for one address there will be obviously one user only, so it will be one to one. You just need to append that ID to both the tables and your work is done. If it is one to many, append that particular primary key on the many side. Okay, and your work is done. You'll able to achieve one to many relationship. Many to many, create a separate table with both the primary keys, both the tables primary keys, and yep, you will able to get the details. You'll get the students which are enrolled to particular course. You'll get the course student. I mean the course of particular student, right? Both the things will be available using that third table. So I hope you got the idea about how to. So these are the only possible relationship you'll get. Okay, if you are designing any database, and here I am talking about particularly relational database. I'm not talking about the NoSQL. Okay, NoSQL thing is as sort of a different thing, but this is how we define. Okay, so in our case, okay, we identified the relationship that user, that means sender, and user, which is on receiver, is having end to end, that is many to many relationship. One user can have one sender can have multiple receiver, one receiver can have multiple senders, correct? And again, second relationship between the messages and users. If you remember, these are the three entities, right? We just said user and messages are our actors. And from the actors, we come up with the relationship, messages and users. So it is one to one. When sender sends a message, it basically relate like one user can send a one unique message, and one unique message will just be related to one particular user. Okay, and also on the receiver side. So that's how the relationship are being formed. Okay, so what I said, when we have a many to many relationship, introduce a third table in between. So sender and receiver, basically both are user. Okay, so both are representing the same table, and because they are many to many, we'll introduce a third table in that. And that third table will be our messages table, because both are having one-to-one relationship. So it will be like this, right? So we have a users table where we have user ID and name. Okay, these are the parameters we want to store. These are the attributes. We'll have a message table which will have sender ID of user and receiver ID of user, and a message, because message has one-to-one thing, right? Message has one-to-one relationship with user. Okay, so one message will have one sender ID and one receiver ID, and sent at means the timestamp. Okay, so whenever any message is being sent, whenever user register, we will populate the user table with user ID and name. Whenever any message is being sent, right, what we'll do is we'll we'll update the messages in the message table by just notifying sender ID and receiver ID, which will be unique because we have a one-to-one relationship between the user and the receiver, sender and the receiver end. Does that sounds good? Or you guys have uh, any doubt on that? Right, this is the in between table of one to many relationship. Okay, by the way, because user is the same entity, we don't have sender. It doesn't make sense to create a table for sender and receiver, right? Both are at the end of the day user. It's just that for some message you will be like you'll be seen as a sender, and someone is a receiver, and for some messages you will be the receiver and someone else is a sender. So it's a single table. That's an intermediate table which shows the messages. This is the database design which I was able to come up with, right? Any doubt in that? Okay, anyways, we are running out of the time. Let's start defining that quickly. Okay, so what I'll do is I'll open this model. Model is basically our database tables, right? And we'll define the classes. Okay, we'll let me just do this part. Cool. We'll have a model for user. Okay, so user is one of the entity, so we create a user, and this is what I'm going to create a object representing that particular table. Okay, so what we need to do is basically we need to create a object of this and annotate it with entity. This is specific to Spring Boot again. Okay, okay, let it come. Entity persistent API. Now this will be treated as a table. Okay, basically, and we'll just give it a name of table with name of users underscore one. Why I'm giving this table name? Because user is already an internal table. Okay, we cannot define that with the name of user. Okay, now we need to define the properties of that. Okay, basically user ID, right? So what I'll do is I'll say private long. Okay, it will be of type long. User ID, basically it will be, and we'll just annotate it with the ID so that it says that for user table, this is a primary key, right? For table, we should have a primary key through which we can identify a single row, okay, uniquely, basically. And we'll have another column, which is basically private string name, okay, name of the user. We'll annotate this with the column, okay, column having name equals to name, okay, and this should be unique column because we don't want uh, two names to get into, like two names having duplicate entry, right? Like let's say uh, there are two person with the same name, let's say Sham, right? We have two Shams in the chat room, so we won't allow. This is sort of a requirement for our application. You have to come up with your another gaming name or any gamified name, okay? But we don't, like if this is unique, like if this is the same name, user will able to, like, just not, it won't get created, it will just logged in. Like let's say first time I type Kush, my account will be created. A second time if I type Kush, I'll just simply log in, okay? So this is uh, a sort of a unique feature, okay, which will do in this application, because anyways we don't want this to be like some other random application, random chat application. This is something unique, so we'll just make it as unique to true, so that we will not have any name repeating, basically. So this is it, right? Now I'll just generate some getter setters, okay? Basically, because these are the private, this is again Java specific, but in object-oriented programming, you probably learned that you cannot access the private variables outside of that. So to make it accessible, we need to generate the getters and setters around the name and user ID, right? So through this, we'll able to get the name and user ID, okay? And we'll also need a constructor, okay? An empty constructor, or basically to generate this particular user. So what I'll do is I'll just generate a constructor using, let's say, user ID and another using anything like public without anything user. So basically these are the constructors, okay, to construct the this particular object, okay. And these are the fields of it: user ID, name, and yep, user ID and name. That's pretty much it. Now this is our user table, okay. Any doubt in this? Why this annotation? Why everything? For if you are doing Django, again, as I said, you need a different way to define the entity. But at the end of the day, in ORM, you need to define any sort of a representation in your programming language or in your framework, which basically represent your table. So here, this is a representation of my table. I define my primary key, my column name, how I'll construct this, and all the getters and setters. Any doubt on this? Nope. Cool. Okay, let me quickly define my another class. Cool. Let me define a message, right? Our message table. Message table. Again, same thing. Because it is an entity, we'll define it as entity. We'll have a table to define a table name. Table name is messages underscore one, right? So here we are on this, right? Users, we have already defined. Messages, we are going to define. So now what I'll do is I'll create a private long. Just open it on the right side, so just to get the reference and then get in different direction. Okay, long. message ID. So this is our primary key. Again, similar way what we did, we'll define it as a ID. That is a message ID for this. Then we'll have a column. Okay, what was the second column? That's the message text. Okay, what message did sender send to receiver? So it will be a string and message text. Cool. Okay, then we have a basically now it becomes complicated, right? Because we want sender ID and receiver ID on this user side, but in ORM, right? Instead of just pointing to user ID, why don't get the user object itself? Why don't define the user object itself, right? Because it's again, if you think of it as an object, right? Message has two objects, user. I mean, the first one is sender and another one is a receiver. So what I'll do is private user sender. Even now, if you are using any of the framework, basically you will do the same thing. You will define the object of this and somehow mapping that particular thing. It's not exactly the database term. Okay. Now what I'll do is for particular sender, right? What I'll do is I'll basically, as I said, right, sender is having one-to-one relationship with the message table. So here is a way to define one-to-one relationship. This is specific to JPA or I would say Hibernate. Okay. So where I'll just denote this with one-to-one because it's not a simple data type, right? It's a user type. So I need to explicitly say that it is a one-to-one relationship with the user table, and I need to define how you need to join. Okay, based on which ID you need to join. So basically what I'll say is name of the ID which I want on message table. Okay, so this is basically sender ID. Okay, so I would say create sender ID. Okay, in string on message side, and on the user side we want to point it to user ID, sender ID to user ID. Okay, so I'll say reference column name equals to user ID. Okay, if you have noticed, then I am giving this in a camel case. Okay, but at the end of the day, on Java side we'll give this in a camel case, and on the SQL side it will automatically append an underscore here and will make it user underscore ID. Okay, so just that's what you need to take care while working with any of the ORM tool. Okay, so similar way, let's just copy paste this one-to-one. This is receiver ID. I'm not sure the spelling is correct, but that is fine. Okay, receiver ID one-to-one, that is done. Now, are we missing anything? Message ID is there, message text is there, sender representation we have, receiver representation we have. We have sent at, okay, but currently we are not dealing with the timestamp. So that is fine right now. Okay, we are not showing timestamp anywhere, but consider this as a new feature, okay, which probably will release soon. So for that, you would need to deal with that. Currently, it's not in the requirement, so we can just omit that send because we are not showing when that particular text has been sent or like that. Okay, so that's fine for now. So we are done with our modeling. Database design is done and dusted. So now we have tables in place, all the joins in place. Any question? I will generate getters and setters. I'm not sure whether it is making sense to you, whatever I'm doing or not. Any questions? Let me know if you are not able to understand total thing. That is also fine. Okay, Kuldeep says yes, yes. Do you have any question, or it's just that you are able to understand that? Okay. Cool. There is no question, then we can, no doubts. Cool. Let's create a constructor. So those constructor using fields. I want an empty constructor. Okay, so I'll deselect all and select. So we have a constructor for message, and everything is done. We have our model in place. Okay, if you are working with Python Django, I'm saying it again, you need to create a model, but it will be in a different language and different syntax. But at the end of the day, you need a representation for any of the ORM tool. Okay, so now we are done with our modeling part. Okay, now what we need to do is we need to go to the repository. As I said, right, repository will have the query to work with. So basically what I'll do is I'll create repository for both the classes. Okay, wherever we require to work with user, we'll create a user repository, and basically it will be an interface. Okay, so interface, why interface? Because if you know in Java, right, interface does not have any implementation. Now we want JPA to implement the query. Okay, we just want JPA to say, like, we want JPA for just for the sake of saying that we want this, right, this data. Now you come up with your query, or else I'll provide the query in the function. You execute the query, give me the object back, and I'll play with that object. Okay, so that is basically work of repository, which will be an interface only. Okay, so first what I'll do is I'll create a user repository for communicating with the user. Repository for communicating with the user model or user table, right? Interface, user repository. Now I'll just mark it as a repository. Okay, so this is basically a syntax of it. Now basically what we need to do is we need to extend another interface. Okay, that's just the syntax. Okay, basically we say JPA repository, which is for the user table and having primary key as long. Okay, so what by this what I have said is create a repository. Okay, user table and having long as a primary key. Create a repository which basically allows me to communicate with the user object having this as a primary key. Now this by default gives me all the CRUD operation. Okay, only thing is for any complex query, if you want to save something, if I want to delete something, this is by default given. I'll show you when we create a user repository object. Okay, now if I want something out of the box, okay, let's say we have a scenario where we need to find by the name, right? Or let's say we want to get the user, okay, who is like, let's go through that. Like let's first define the things, and then once the scenario comes, that will start making sense to you instead of defining it right now. Okay, so similar way we'll define new interface. Now instead of user repository, we'll have a message repository. I'll do it quickly. Okay, message repository will be a new interface. Again, what we need to do is we need to copy this for the messages table. Okay, here it will be message model. Okay, cool. So this is being done. Now we'll go one step above. Okay, we need a service, but service is something which we call, okay, for basically a total scenario. Okay, I mean we need a service for the user, right, for the register and all those cases, and also we need a service for message. while sending the message from one sender to another receiver, basically. So what I'll do is I'll create a class. Okay, we'll have a message service. Okay, message service, which is another class, and another is a user service. Okay, because we are planning to, so this till now for these two packages, it was based on the tables we had, right? For every table you should have a model, and on top of that you should have a repository to run the queries, to basically come up to have the queries and the tables ready, right? So that's why we define these two things, model and repository. Now we are defining the service. Okay, service is something which is related to the controller part. Okay, so controller where the request comes, and service is where the business logic happens. So we'll create a message service to do all the business logic for the message service, like anything like finding out who is the sender, who is the receiver, that sort of thing we'll do in a message service. And another is a user service. Okay, user service is something where we will basically do all the business logic related to user, specific to user. I just annotate this with service. Okay, so that it will be a bin for the Spring Boot, that again is a specific to Spring Boot. Okay, we'll have a service to this. Now, as I said, service will have a pointer to repository. Okay, to run their query. It could be any complex query or just a save. So what I'll do is I'll create this as a private. What will be the repository? Message repository. Okay, message repository. I'll say message repo. Okay, now any operation I want to do with the database, this is the object I need to follow. Similar way, you will need, if you are working on Django or Node.js, you on service level, you need something to communicate with the repository. Okay, and any of the functionality you'll able to communicate with. I'll just do auto wire. Okay, so that it gets populated, because message repository is also another Spring Boot bean. Okay, and similar way in user service, I'll do private user repository, user repo. Cool. Auto wired. So now our user repo, everything is created, right? Now coming back to the controller. This is the last part, what we need to do. Then we'll just jump to the scenarios and just start defining the things. This is how we structure the things, created the table, created the whole structure around it, right? To make sure that it enables all the operation for us. Okay, now we'll go to controller. We'll say user controller, which will basically deal with all the APIs related to user create and all. Okay, creating a user, getting the user IDs and all, right? So we'll annotate it with the REST controller. Okay, and similar way we'll have a message controller. Message controller, create this up and annotate this with the REST controller. Now everything is set. Now first we will achieve our first scenario. Now it will be easier to go through the scenarios only. Okay, let's quickly start with the first scenario. Any doubt till here? Why we created repository, why we created a service, why we created model? I think everything should make sense now, right? As I said, controller, then service, then repository will communicate with model, then our database table will be called, will be in use. Okay, I assume there is no question. Let's create a register API first. Okay, so it will start making sense to you. Now, as I said, we'll need, for user controller, we'll need a user service. So what I'll do is I'll do private user service. We'll have a user service to it. Correct. Let's say AutoWind. Okay, so now controller will be calling a service. Now we'll be creating a API to register the user. That means to save the user. Okay, now tell me, to save a user, if you want to create an API, which method we should use, which HTTP method we should use to register a user. Okay, anyone? Post. Correct. So as I said, it is a save operation, that is a creation operation. So to create a post API, again going to syntax, there is a post mapping available for that. Okay, what we'll do is we'll say slash register. This is an endpoint that you need to hit. Okay, now we'll define a method for this public. Now what we need to return, again, let's currently keep it as void. Okay, we are not returning anything. Register user. Okay, register user, and definitely because it is a post mapping, there will be a body attached to it, a JSON body which will be passing. Okay, so what we'll do is we'll get this particular thing as a request body. Okay, which is basically currently, let's keep it as okay. We want this as a user DTO. Okay, basically what we want to do is we'll pass the username, okay, in that particular thing, in the request body, and we want to save it. Okay, so to represent that particular state, I said, right, DTO is somewhere which will be handy while communicating between two applications. Correct. I mean, it is somewhere on top of the model, and this is what actual representation state in JSON. Okay, so now we'll create our first DTO, that is our user DTO. Okay, so user DTO is something which basically means that this is what we are expecting as a body. Okay, to save that particular request. What I'll have is this basically let's say long user ID. Okay, because when we are passing that DTO, when we are sending that particular user, we'll be sending the user ID, but while registering, user ID won't be there. Okay, that will make sense once we enable that particular API, right? We'll say private string user, or let's say just a name. Okay, so what I'll do is, just to quickly do this, I'll use a copy paste approach. Okay, because I don't want to code a redundant thing against you. Like, instead of that, we can just directly jump to the concept that makes sense. So I'll just go to that file and we'll just copy paste this thing, because you know this thing, right? Just getting and setting and user ID and name. Okay, what I'll do is I'll just copy paste this. This is done. Now user is just what we want to import. Yep, everything is done. We have our user DTO. Now where we are, user controller, right? We have created a message DTO. So we want that particular DTO. Okay, message DTO. Why it is not coming? Okay, sorry, it's a user DTO. User DTO. Okay, and let's say user as a body. So what we'll do is, in user DTO, basically in JSON, we'll pass the name. Okay, we'll not pass the user ID. Definitely will not have a user ID with us, and that particular service will basically save this particular thing. Okay, so now we want a service to communicate and save that particular thing, user service. Okay, what I'll do is I'll create another method. Okay, let's say, so now we need a logic to save save that particular user register with the name. Okay, so I already have a user repository. I just need to communicate with that. So I would say private. After saving, I'll just return the DTO. user DTO. Okay, save user. Okay, I do this. Now, as I said, right, repository, if I just open that user surveys, just for the syntax, okay, we'll have a, in this, we'll pass the user DTO. This will be an input, right? That's how we'll get the name of the user. Then basically what we need to do is we need to create object of this type, user model type, right? And save it. Just call a save method to it. So if you see, we have a user repository, right? User repository dot save. Okay, what it is expecting is just a user object populated with that. So what I'll do is I'll just create a user model object. Okay, user. Okay, this is sort of a user DTO. Now with in user, what I'll do is I'll just set the name, okay, which is coming from the user DTO dot get name, and I'll save the user. That's it. This is this with the use of this simple 3 lines, right? You are able to save that particular thing in the HTTP like the in-memory database. You'll able to basically persist that particular value. So now onwards, any user comes, you already have an entry to it, right? So okay, this is one thing. Now basically what we'll do is okay, this will basically return. Now again, the thing is, if you remember on user thing, we have defined this as a unique column, right? So that means if let's say 2 entry comes with the same name, okay, we'll get an exception. So that again, this is part of a business logic. Okay, so if I'm trying to do a save and let's say I get an exception, what I'll do is I'll handle that particular thing. This is basically a part of that exception handling. Okay, I'll put this inside this and I'll say catch basically data integrity exception it throws. That means that whenever whenever user will try to do register with the same name, will get the exception and in the catch block, so that we will able to catch that particular exception. And instead of saving this particular thing, what we need to do is we just return null object. Okay, basically or whatever object is already saved. I mean, let's say first I try with the push. Okay, I'll save it. This code gets executed. But second time I'll come, line number 21 will throw an error. Why? Because there is a unique constraint over the name. So that we'll go to the catch block. Okay, and we'll catch that. That means that user is trying to log in. Okay, sign up and log in a single scenario. So now what we'll do is will basically for returning purpose, right? For returning that particular thing. Let's say we have a user DTO says saved user, okay, which basically represents the saved user, and I'll just create a new object of it, user DTO, which is basically a saved user. What I'll do is basically, sorry, it shouldn't be user DTO. It is a user model. I hope you are able to differentiate between the DTO and the model. Okay, DTO is something which we speak throughout the application, and model is something which we store, which is used to store. So when we do save, okay, it will give us the saved user, which is basically a user model. Okay, if this is not working, then basically we'll already have a saved user. Okay, so what I'll do is I'll do save user equals to, basically when it will come, whenever there is a person already available with that particular name. Okay, so what I'll do is I'll just find out that particular person. Okay. Now, if you see, we don't have any method to find that particular person name with the name, right? I mean, let's say Khush is coming again. We don't have a method in repository to come to find out that particular person again. Okay. So now here is a chance where in repository, I define a method, okay, where it says, hey, JPA, implement a method for me which just find by the name and give me the user. Okay. So what I would say is a public. Okay, see how easy it is. Like, just what you need to do is you just say public user. Okay, say find by name. Okay, I'll just pass the name of the username. Okay, that's it. This will be a part of this particular thing. Okay, this is not a part of JPA repository. This is what we are defining. And now in user service, what I'll do is dot find by name, and I'll pass the name of that user DTO, whichever thing I received, right? User DTO dot user DTO and get name, correct? So if the user is already exists, just get me that user and that will be my saved user. Okay. So that is it. And what we'll do is now we'll return the user DTO. Okay. Return new or user DTO. Okay. With the saved user. Okay, so there is already a constructor which expects the model fill the user ID and name. Okay, so why we are doing this? Let's say tomorrow user is having a password. Okay, so we'll just eliminate the password here. In DTO, we just have user ID and name so that we'll not expose our password. So that's why we are creating a separate DTO, which is basically solving our business purpose and not giving total data or the whole data to the calling API. Okay, so I hope you get this till this, and we are creating, and at the end we are passing that user DTO. Hey, this is the user which gets created or which is just logged in if the name is same. Okay, so yep, this is end to end. And now just what we need to do is in user controller, user service, just call the user service dot. Okay, our user service is not showing that particular method. Probably it is private. It should be public, right? To call it from the controller, basically. So user controller, user service dot save user with whatever DTO you are passing, and it's user. Cool. So this is able to save the user, and our registry API is completed. I know this is a bit far-fetched, but I hope you are able to understand each and every step, or probably do not worry if you are not able to like remember each and every step, but once you start making these APIs, right, you will get the intuition out of it. But only thing is, I just wanted to show the end-to-end flow for the single API, like the save user API. You remember how we created a find by name, why we required to do that, because let's say tomorrow if someone comes up with the same name, we instead of throwing an error, we need to follow the sign in thing instead of sign up, right? So to enable that particular scenario, I know that is a weird scenario, but just I'm trying to create my own scenario and make my code work accordingly, right? That's what the industry will do. They create their own scenarios, and then you need to come up with the code or come up with the solution which works by that. Okay. Okay, we are getting an error in find by name. I'm not saved that. Okay, cool. So this is what it is. So can you please somewhat louder, please? Okay, is it audible, Janish? Or Can anyone confirm, please? Am I audible or my sound is breaking? Cool. It's not breaking. Cool. Yeah. So this is how we created a service for this. And now basically just one thing I am missing. Uh, Basically on ID, okay, user ID is something which we will not give. UI will not give the user ID, right? We want this to automatically generate on increment. It says first is Kush, second is Ayesha. So it should be assigned with the ID too. Okay. So for that particular thing, what we'll do is I'll say generated. Okay. I'll just go to that repository to get the exact annotation. See how even I am copy pasting from some other laptop, right? Because I'm not a big fan of remembering things. I'm just wanted you guys to know how to intuitively come with the things, right? So even if you just follow me till the last part of this particular session, you get where we require to go with our intuition, where we require to create that particular piece of logic, where we require to fit in that particular thing, right? So just go with the intuition. Only thing is you just need some practice on that. You do some practice, and then try to get the intuition out of it, like where I need to create, what is remaining, what is the error is about, and you will able to master that thing. Okay, so let me go to that user table. It says generate value and strategy. What it says is identity. So what it says that whenever user ID is null, we are saving that user. Just auto increment the user ID and save it. 1, 2, 3, 4. Same way, right? And same way for the message ID, because these are the internals. UI will not know what message ID I need to give to that particular message. The backend will decide, and backend will decide based on the increment thing, right? Cool. So this much detail is enough about the service, and now we'll make this service to return user DTO, and I'll just say return, and here it's done. Okay, we'll able to store the user. Now nothing is remaining. We coded our solution in on service level, we coded our solution in repository level. At model level, we use the DTO, we coded our solution in controller. Now we are all up and running. Only thing is, as I said, we have a database, right? But I need to configure that by providing the properties like password, username, okay? Because anyways, if we host this, it will be open to all. We need the security on that. So what I'll do is I already have the properties. Okay, I just go here. I'll just do application dot properties file. I'll just copy these properties and paste it out. What it says, this is a URL for that particular thing where there is a, I mean, I just copy pasted it from internet, right? To be honest, but what does it says? If I open the S2 console, this is basically a URL I need to follow to open that particular DB. This is the username, this is the password, and whenever any SQL runs, I want to run that SQL in the debug mode. That means I'll able to see on the log what is the SQL which is getting generated, right? Hope you are all of you are aware about the SQL language, the structured query language, which is basically used to query the database. And yeah, that's it. And this is at the trace level, the Hibernate at the trace level. This is pretty much specific to Spring Boot. Okay, but you understood why username, password, and why we want to show this in a debug mode. Now, okay, our user DTO and all those things are run. Let me save all the files, and now I'll try to up the server. Okay, let's see if there is any error message. Cool, it is up and running, right? Now what I'll do is I'll go to the slide. What I said, oh, it's reloading again. Cool. So what I said is here. Using Postman client, we'll call the controller. Controller will go to service. Service will go to repository. DAO is repository, and it will go to DB. Basically, our model. So we'll follow this total thing. We did everything in detail. Now we'll follow the step. What we'll do is it is running on 8080. Localhost is my machine. Okay. It basically 127.0.0.1. Okay. This is what the localhost is about. We don't want to get into that detail. We'll do register. Okay. And register, let me just check. Yeah, this is here, right? This is some other IP. I'll just say local host. I hope you guys are aware about the Postman. Postman is just nothing, just a tool through which we can taste our APIs independently. Okay. Basically, we generally use it for tasting the APIs, but there are multiple other things which Postman offers. Okay, but currently we'll use this to just taste our API. Or let's say our first name is push. Okay, so that means we are doing a flow where we are passing the name. Someone has typed in the name on the UI React. Okay, and it will be hitting that particular API with this particular body. Okay, register, and I'll do send. Once I send, I'll have logs in that, right? You see, we have an insert statement, correct? So now we have the user ID being created, right? Now, again, to taste our second thing, right? The user service thing. Okay, if the user already exists, don't create it, give me the existing one. So now if I do it again with the push, user ID should remain 1. Okay, let's test this out. Exception occurred, user ID is 1. Okay, now let's take another name, anyone from the participant list. Let's say Tirth. Okay, so let me create Tirth. I'll say register. You see, it is having user ID as 3. Don't think too much why it's not 2, why it's 3, because it gets executed one time, it tried to save. Now our application is knowing the count 3, but on database it will be just 1 and 3. Okay, it doesn't matter even if it is 2 or not, right? It's just that it should be unique. That's it. So that purpose is getting solved. Even it is 3000 or 5000, any random value, that's fine. That's just a unique user ID. But you see, the user ID is different. Now, if I do Kush or Tirth again, it will give the same user ID, right? So that is our sign in. Will not be signing up anymore. Will be signing in the application. I hope you are able to catch that particular detail. We are running the SQL query. We are running the controller. We are running the Postman. We have the React application up and running with that particular thing. Everything is set, right? Cool. So any doubt till here? Now onwards we'll do bit of a copy paste, because it is not possible to do everything, every code in front of you. But I hope you got the details. You got the details on every layer, right? Why we need these? What is the intuition behind that? Any doubt? Ooh. No doubt. Okay. So I just want a frank like answer on that, right? Is it quite good that you are able to see end-to-end procedure, how the development works, or is it like boring? I mean, yes, it is boring because there are only 22 people, definitely. I was expecting that, because we don't like, generally, if I talk about myself, I also don't have patience to stay this much. So I would say pat on your back, like you guys are amazing that you are staying till this and staying with me, and then understanding all this thing, right? So like, is it quite new for you, or is it your day-to-day work that you are whatever you are seeing, or how do you feel about it? Let's give a 10 second for this. So I'll just get a break and boost up for the next part. Right, new, this is new, even, or is it just like every other talk, like every other workshop where we just go through slides through the PPTs, and at the end of the day, only thing you have is a PPT and some theoretical knowledge. Good, good, cool. Okay, that is good. Now our register API is up and running. We are able to register. Yep, thank you, sir. So if you don't know, one of my senior, Mihir Pandya, has also joined us. Okay, so he's, I would say, the person from whom I learned everything. Okay, I was not knowing anything, like not a Spring Boot or not only him, but there are multiple people like in my days where I started learning from TCS organization, like from very scratch. And he was also joined, like you guys able to learn from him that even at this much experience, like 10 years of experience, and he's doing quite a good job. Like you should see him coding and doing all the stuff on the senior level. Still we are juniors, right? So we don't know much, but he's still keen, and he just messaged me that whether I can join that particular workshop or not. I said, you are the person who should give the workshop, not join. Right? You have such a knowledge, but he was keen about learning the things, learning the new platform, because he probably is working on some other old platform, and he joined, and he's with us. So even he's also learning with us. So in 22 people, he's also one of them, and that is glad to know that, sir. Thanks for joining. That gives boost up. Cool. Now not much of the talking. Now we'll just do a copy paste of the code, okay? Because I don't want to type in everything. So basically what I'll do is I'll just explaining you and getting to the final state. Okay, that's the goal now. So what I'll do is, you understood the controller. Now let's open the user controller. Which are the APIs we want? We want an API to get all the users, right? Because then user search in the text box, user types in something, we need to load all the users, right? So we need a users API for that, get users API for that. Okay, so what I'll do is I'll just copy paste that API. So again, do Control Shift O. I'm not getting any. So what it will do is get me all the users which are being stored. Okay, so now I go to, this is giving an error because there is no corresponding service available. Okay, so what I'll do is I'll go here, I'll do service, user service, get all user. Okay, so what it will do is, basically if I go to user service, this is another method supporting, which will just basically iterate over. What it will do is find all. Again, find all is a basically a method of user repository which is being given to us. Okay, and then we'll stream over this, and for all the data, for all, basically it's a for loop. Okay, it's a for loop, it's Java Lambda, basically a concept. This is related to Java. You'll just create a user DTO and create your own, create the business representation of that and return it. Okay, so you, with the use of that, will get the list of users, user DTOs at the end. User controller, get all user, right? Everything is working. Now what I'll do is I'll up the server and taste this up, or let's taste it afterwards. Even though we are copying, right? It is supposed to work. Cool. So again, filter user, that is something which we don't want. I also plan to do a demo, like to enhance one feature, okay, where user types in and the API side filters out that, right, instead of filtering out on the UI side. But due to time constraint, we'll not able to do that, because that will also again be the hell a lot of code needs to be written down. Okay, so let's just get ahead with the controller, the message controller part. Okay, so message controller, what I'll do is okay, this is where we need to understand a bit. Okay, so message controller, which will have this. First of all, let me go there. Right, it is not this. I'll just prepare everything. Okay, then I'll able to explain that. Let me go to message DTO. This is a crucial part. So just stay with me for this particular thing. Let's create. I should have copy pasted all my use the same thing, but I just don't want to like go on the same way where we have all the things ready and not preparing anything. So it is somewhere in between. Message DTO. And then for the background noise, this is it. So again, message DTO is something like a business representation. Okay, business representation, what we want to show on the UI side. Cool. So I'll just copy this around. Okay, Control V, and this is it. Send it is something which we don't want, but anything. Okay, this is what I plan to do, but we are not going with that. Okay, so this is the property which we don't want. I'll just completely remove that thing. Cool. So our DTO is up. Now let me explain the message controller to you guys. Okay. So first of all, what is the functionality which we want from the message service? Okay, we've written that particular thing in the use case, right? First thing is we want sender and receiver to receive the message, like receive the old messages, correct? Whatever we have stored. Let's say I send hi to someone. So that particular message should show up whenever I load that particular receiver. Okay. So for that we need an API, right? It's just like your functions, like how we used to create a function in C language. Now this is all making sense and giving us the APIs. Okay, this is all making sense and giving us the real-time use case. At the end of the day, it is just a function, correct? So I'll just do Control Shift O and okay. So this is the API. Again, this is a get mapping. We'll be using a get method, okay, and we'll pass both sender and receiver. Basically a sender ID and receiver ID. Okay, if you see long. So let's say if I pass messages between 1 and 2, that means a sender ID 1 and sender ID 2, receiver ID 2. So give me the message whose sender ID is 1 and receiver ID is 2. And I'll get all the message list, okay, in the message DTO. So that is the end state what we want. Now what I'll do is I'll go to message service. I'll go here, go to file, message service. What is the implementation of service? Get all messages. I'll just copy this up. Okay. I'll just fix the import thing. Cool. So now get messages is not in message repo. That is what we are going to write by our own, but this is a sort of a boilerplate code which doesn't require much of the intuition. Get all messages is what it is doing. Like what it is doing is we'll pass the sender ID and receiver ID which we received from the UI. We'll again loop it around. Okay, we'll convert this particular message object, message table, or you can say model object to DTO. Okay, that is again a business sort of business entity which we want to show it on the UI or communicate between UI and the backend part. Okay, we'll pass that particular message, convert it into a message DTO, and this is another property which says sent by you. Okay, so if you are the sender, okay, if sender double equals to the message user ID, sender's user ID. If you are the sender, then this is a Boolean thing. Okay, that means this is the message you send. So based on this particular field, right, now how this is mapped to our UI, based on this particular field, we'll able to decide which CSS class we need to assign. That means whether to show this particular message on the left hand side or whether to show this particular message on the right hand side. So this is the field which we are using in the UI. Okay, and this is how it is getting filled from the backend. I hope you are able to connect with that, right? Now we'll just do a get message. This is the method which we need to implement. Okay, so I would say create a method for me, okay, which will just return a list of message DTOs. Now here we need to define a query for this. Okay, now how the query will look like. Okay, like we have the table, we have a sender ID, receiver ID defined in the message table. What I'll do is I'll say @ query. Okay, so this is where we are giving a query to JPA and saying that, hey, use this query for me and return me the objects of this. Okay, previously it was all understood by the JPA. Like JPA knows do this, like it's just like saying your cook to make something different. Okay, your cook by default knows 3 to 4 things, like roti and sabzi and all those things he or she knows already. But let's say tomorrow if you say like make me lasagna, so he doesn't know lasagna, he or she doesn't know lasagna, you need to give him a YouTube tutorial or something to give proper instruction, right, that this is how you will make the lasagna for me, and then you make it. So the same way we will give this particular method a query. Okay, so query, how do we give this? Basically we'll give it as a name, and now we are back to a proper query. Okay, so I'll just copy the query from this as well. If like you know the database design, right, this is a database design, can anyone come up with the query like how to get a messages, all the messages using that sender and receiver thing, like sender and receiver ID? It's just now it just boils down to finding out the query. Can anyone? I want, because query is common throughout all the frameworks, right? Even if you're working on Django, Flask, anything. Select ID from, okay. No, we don't want IDs. We want the messages, right? So what we will do is, okay, let me write it and let's make it intuitive. Okay, select M. M is in basically an alias from messages. I'm writing, basically I'm not writing a SQL, I'm writing a GPQL, basically a query language for GPA, but at the end of the day, it is same as SQL as well. Okay, so messages is basically an entity or a table which we have. Message, sorry, it should be the same. Like select M from the message where okay, this will select all the messages. Okay, but what we want, M dot sender ID in, okay, the sender ID should be, sorry, we don't have anything. Okay, got it. When I'm checking where M dot sender dot user ID, okay, in particular sender or receiver, or M dot receiver user ID in sender or receiver. Now, why this? Okay, you might be questioning like why this as a where condition. So let's say my ID is 1, and let's say second name, right? We said Tirth. Tirth ID was 3. Okay, we have some messages like between 1 and 3. Now on the when the application loads, when I select Tirth as a receiver, okay, we want to, do you need only messages which I send to Tirth, or I need both the ways, like the messages which Tirth sent me as well as what messages I sent him, right? I hope I'm able to make sense about it, right? We want both the messages, right? It's just that it should be left on right, but we want both the messages, which I send to Tirth and which Tirth sent to me. Okay, so what does that mean is, where sender dot user id, okay, don't worry about this sender dot user id, this is specific to jpql, which you can learn. Okay, user id in, basically a user id, I mean the sender id in, it could be in sender, okay, or receiver, because we also want receiver id on the sender side as well, right? That also we need to show, because we want both the side. And m dot receiver dot user id in same sender and receiver. These are the two arguments which we pass. So what it boils down to, we want, when 1 and 3 is talking, user id 1 and 3 is talking, we want the messages where sender id is 1 or 3 and receiver id is 1 or 3. Okay, I hope this query makes sense. So that's how we get the messages which are just related to 1 and 3. Because here, if it is 1, if it is 1, and so only thing is, you might be having a doubt that what if it gets same like messages sent to you like 1 and 1. Okay, but that won't happen. Will not allow the user to send messages to himself. Okay, that is again sort of a requirement we can allow, but that is also sort of a logic which will, where it will fail. Okay, otherwise it will only pick users from 1 and 3, where either 1 is a sender or 3 is a sender, right? And vice versa. I hope this query makes sense to you, or if not, then you probably try to run that query and get some results. You'll get the idea. Okay, so the get messages is done. While we are getting okay, message DTO, we have a message entity, right? Let me just do control S. What is the message to message DTO? Okay, I think message DTO has some problem. Okay, we are passing the message entity into this. Message service is basically we are getting the message entity that is okay. The receiver. Cool. Then this is not entity user ID. Okay, so you see, right? Then now there is an error which says AM should be a message entity, not the message DTU, right? So basically what is happening is this get messages, right? This is where the problem is. I'm passing the message DTU. We don't want a business entity, right? We are dealing with the SQL layer. So we want to pass the model. So that's where the error was. Okay. Now if I go here and pass M, starts working, right? Basically, that was the error where we are not supposed to pass the message DTU. We are supposed to form the message DTU here and return it. Basically, what it will do is now it will run that particular query where the complex one, where the sender and receiver will be decided and get us the messages. Okay, I hope this use case is clear to you. Cool. Now again, we'll back to the message service, right? So message service will say send message. Okay, so this was about the getting the messages, right? Now we also need to send the message, right? Then only we'll able to get the message. So I'll do a send method. I create a send out of it and copy pasting. Cool. Now message doesn't support this too. Okay, I need to create a constructor for message. Just give me a moment. Not able to explain each and everything because we're not able to reach the final state, right? So I'll just skipping the unnecessary part and trying to get to the place. Okay, we created this constructor. Now close this up. Yep, we are on. Cool. So what it says is when this is method which is responsible. Now soon we'll wire this in the controller. Okay. Send method where we pass the sender ID, receiver ID, and the message text. Okay. If both of them are same, we'll just throw an exception that you cannot send a message to yourself because that is again a requirement. Okay. I said while forming the query. Now, what we'll do is we'll create the sender. Okay, not that this is a user, which is basically a model entity, represents the database, user, receiver. Okay, from the receiver ID and sender ID, we'll form the message. Okay, and then what we need to do is we just need to save the message because message has the detail of sender, who is the sender, right? As I said, we have marked this as a user object, not a user ID, right? That's where the ORM comes into the picture. So we created the user object, receiver object, put that object into the message, right? Because this is between that sender and this receiver. What is the message? We saved that thing, right? And return the correctly formed message DTO. And we said we will just set sent by you as true, right? Because it is send message. So it makes sense that every time you will be hitting this, that means you are the sender, correct? This is where we'll do a send by you to true and we'll return the message DTO. So this is our total workflow for message service. Okay, we have completed message service. Now just create a controller for that and we are done. We are done for the REST API side. Message controller Java. And we'll do controller for this as well. Send. Okay. Control shift O. This is done. So we have a message controller which will support send and receive read messages, right? User controller where we can register the user and get all the users. Now let's play around all the 4 APIs, okay? Because they are all configured. Let me run it. First of all, let me save this thing. I hope everything is clear. I have skipped few of the steps, which I think are ambiguous and like redundant. So let me know if you have any doubt where I skipped the step or why that query is formed like that. Any doubt on that? Okay. So we have an error. What it says, no property get message is found for the type message. Okay. Now it is hard, right? You have copy pasted the code and the exception is coming from the nowhere, like could not create query for get messages. Okay, so it is failing at this, right? The repository, message repository, get messages. Why it is not able to convert that into a query? Because fail to create a query for this found for the message. Okay, so basically what it is saying is no property get messages found for the message. So we have a message this. Okay, got it. We have a message text and I think it is somewhere related to that. If I close this up, I say where, okay. Get messages found for type message. Probably we require get message setter on that, okay? Because if you see a message service, okay, where we are defining this, we have a message DTO where we are passing the message. I mean, we are forming the message based on the string message. Okay, so go here, string message. This is a message text. So we have a getter and setup for that. Okay, let me revisit that thing quickly. So if we just go to message.java, right, the entity one. So I can see that we have a message text here. We have a message text. We are doing that thing. So this is all correct. And if I go to message DTU, time, message DTU, we have a string message that is correct, and get message and set message. Okay. If I go to message DTU, we say message, okay, get message and send message. Okay, so this is creating a trouble. We have get messages. Property get messages found for the message. Okay, probably we have done something in the message repository. Message repository. Yep, this was the culprit. In query, right? Message repository, we instead of name it should be value, correct? Because this is the value of query. Again, a syntactical thing. Okay, let me run that. Now it should not throw an error. Hopefully it runs, and our API would be ready, up and running. Oh, there is unresolved path m.sender unexpected token. Cool. So what is happening is it's not able to find a sender from the message. Okay, so if I go here, we have sender and receiver. Okay, unexpected token in. So just revisit the query. So it says select m from message table. Okay, again my bad. I need to alias message with m, right? Run the query. So basically we are giving an alias to a message table, and then we are using that alias all over the JPQL. Okay, cool. So this is up and running. Now let's quickly, okay, so now push is not there. Okay, I'll register push. Okay, now anyone from the participant, let's say Harshil. Okay, I'll register Harshil, and Harshil has ID 2. Okay, just remember that mine is ID 1, Harshil has ID 2. Now what I'll do is I'll go to get this. Okay, messages between 1 and 2. Currently we don't have any messages. It will give an empty array. Now what I'll do is first let's test the API where it will give all the users, right? So I'll say get users. We have that API. If you remember, in user controller, we have the API where it gives all the users, right? Let's test it out. So expected value is my name and Harshil's name should come up. It is coming up, right? My name is Ghosh and Harshil is there with ID 1 and 2. So this will power our drop down basically. And now, okay, this is coming in between. Now I go here, I'll do a send message. Okay, send message between sender ID is me and second is Harshil. I'll say, hey Harshil. Okay, I'll do send. It is done, right? Sent by you is true. Now I'll say sender ID. Now I am Harshil. Okay, I'll say sender ID 2 to receiver ID 1. It says hey push. Okay, I'll do send. So right now it says hey push. Now we have a communication with us, like between us. I'll do get messages. I get both the messages, right? It says sent by you is false. That means it comes on the left hand side or right hand side, and this comes on the left hand side based on this, right? Now our API is working end to end. You are able to see the messages, you are able to see the participant, you are able to send the messages, you are able to register. Does that sound good? Are we good here? Anyone? Any question? Cool. If there is no question, let's start integrating an API. Cool. There is no question, right? We are all set with this API. Now thing is, we need to make this thing enable. Okay, here instead of dummy data, we want this to work with the API. Now again, we'll do fast forward, we'll copy paste, and at least by 4:30, okay, we'll be able to ready and achieve all the things end to end. But I hope you are able to understand the backend part of it, right? The repository, the service, the DTO. The goal is not to pinpoint one particular thing and understand the syntax. The goal is to understand the concept behind that. That how many layers of things goes in middle of developing an application, right? For someone novice, like some new user, it's just an messaging application. But if you develop something from scratch and in two workshop which is for around 3 to 4 hours, it makes a huge difference, right? It takes a lot of time to create such things, deploy such that thing, and make everything work end to end, right? And on top of that, now like I also have a responsibility to make you guys understand that flow as well, right? So but it is an amazing journey, right? How intuitively I have decided to code each and every component, how intuitively I decided to code routing, whether routing is required or not, whether we need a props, whether we need a state, what properties we need on the database side, what is the relationship between the databases, what is the business logic around that, how we need to treat that sender ID, all the things, right? So that is a beauty of becoming a full stack developer. You will be dealing with each and every attribute, each and every parameter, and you'll be knowing the system end to end. Okay. So tomorrow, if someone says your chat app is breaking, there is no guess that the CEO or CTO will directly go to the person who knows these things end to end. Will not go to a person who knows backend or who just knows the front end or who is just working on the DevOps side. He'll go to that particular person and he'll quickly able to solve that, or he'll able to delegate that work to someone because he knows the thing, right? So that is where this thing differentiate from the normal industry, like normal industry roles where there is a front end guy, there is a back end guy. Okay. Even you'll not be knowing everything, right? Here are you also stuck at something. I tried guessing out that work and stuff like that. But that is a part and like part of life. Okay. Part of software development life cycle that you will be guessing a lot of things and trying to come up with that. But I hope you got the feel around that. Now just stay for a while till we deploy that thing, right? I'll just we'll just copy some things from already created front end. Okay, but not directly copy paste. We'll try to get the intuition behind that and then we'll do that. Okay, we have the routes. Okay, first I'll go to app.js. This is the entry point. What I need to do is I already have the routes. Now only thing is I need to pass the sender. Okay, what is a sender? Sender is why we need a state here. Okay, because when we do a register, right, from the register page, sender should be required. Sender is required on each and every pages. Even in chat room, we need to know who is the sender, right? So that's why it makes sense to create this as a state here. Okay, if it was required only for the chat room, we would have created that sender on the chat room part. But since it is coming from this register and going to the chat room, we need it here. Okay, I'll show you how this is being wired. Okay, so let's say first of all, a register component says what we'll do is in register component we'll say we'll pass this particular, because register component is responsible for setting the sender. Okay, once we get the API response, we'll set the sender. So I'll say set. I'll just copy paste it. right? Set sender function or callback function will pass it here, right? Because register will set the sender, and in chat room will pass in the sender. Okay, because chat room requires the sender, and even for this as well, because register is getting duplicated. So that's why I created a, okay, this is again a thing which you need to learn, that if this is getting duplicated, get a separate constant out of it and define that, right, instead of doing this. But anyways, that's fine. So that's where our props are getting filled correctly. Now jump to one of the component. This is done. Okay, now we'll jump to one of the component, that is our register component, and we'll integrate this with the API. What we need to do is, when user clicks on that button, we need to call the register API, right? The same way what we did from the Postman. We clicked on the register send button. This is what we need to do for that. Now the question is how to integrate UI with API. We need some sort of an API call library, right? So that's where the fetch library comes into the picture. Okay, will not go much in depth, but what we'll do is we'll create a API call. Okay, in source API util. Let me create a new folder, API util. Okay, so this is a folder which holds the JS file, which is responsible to make any of the network call. What we will do is we'll just copy that particular code, API call.js. Let me create that file, API call.js. Okay, just paste that code. What this will do is we'll use the fetch. Okay, fetch is nothing but an internal function of JavaScript. What it will do is I'll just provide localhost 8080. So that is our post, like the path where the service is being hosted. Okay, and the dollar path. Dollar path is something basically which is a part of the parameter. That this is a common function. You pass register path, it will call the register API. You pass the send message path, it will call the send API. Just like that, right? So you pass the path string and the request option. Basically, which is the method? Is it a get? Is it a post? Is it a put? Or is it a delete? And the rest of the headers, right? So this is the API call.js through which we'll able to communicate with the APIs. All good till here, or any questions? Anyone? Any question? API call.js patch form. Cool. There is no question. Let's move to that part. Okay. App.js. Now let's go to component. Component header doesn't require any API call. Okay, so we'll just directly go to register.js. Now here what we'll do is go to file, register.js, and we'll just paste that API call part. Okay, because we cannot waste time over here. What I need to do is I need to import that API call, the function which I created. Okay, on top of that, and then make an API call on click. Currently what we are doing is we're just alerting the user, right? We are not making any real entry. Now to make a real entry, what I'll do is I'll create an API call. I'll explain this out. Just let me copy that. Okay, so it's even hard to copy paste the things, right? Alt-Shift F, so that it gets formatted out. I was knowing that there will be some blunder with that. Okay, on click, what we'll do is we'll just copy this. The rest of the thing I'll explain. Okay, so what it is doing is, as I said, I pass the path. I want to register the user. That is a post method. I'm passing a JSON, right? Because we are using a REST API. And this is the body where you are just passing the name. Hope you remember the Postman call where we register, we just pass the name. Same way, I'm passing the name, whatever is filled in the text. Okay. React concept where we use the state to get the text. REST API where we use that text to pass in to the backend, and the backend concept to store that particular name in the database. So all things are getting combined, right? What I'll do is I'll do then, because this will be an asynchronous one, right? This is not like it gets the call, we need to wait. Like if I do send, you see there is request going, right? There is a wait time in between. So that's why it is an asynchronous call. So again, it will return a promise. Okay. If you're not, if you don't know promise, just learn about it. It is just to make asynchronous communication happen between API and any other thing. Like generally in case of API and UI. So I'll convert this particular thing into JSON. Okay. This is all, this is basically a syntax. Okay. You don't need to worry about that. Now, what I'll be doing here is the catch. Here is the thing which we need to do in the then block. What I'm doing is basically whenever we first, what we'll do is we'll transform this into a JSON. We'll pass this. Now we have the JSON. Okay, we'll set the sender. Okay, because if you see in the Postman call, we're getting the name and user ID. So that is a sender, right? Which we need to pass to the chat room as well. So if you remember, we have passed that as a props, and we are setting the sender. That this is the sender. Okay, now navigate. So this is where the question comes, where someone was asking about the hyperlink and the internal routing. Okay, so now here is the answer, right? When we do a programmatical navigate, what it will do is it will replace this URL, but it will not reload it. Okay, it will replace the URL, and whatever chat related components needs to be mounted, right, that will be mounted, and the register component will be unmounted. Okay, so this is what will happen in case of internal routing. And that's it. If we have given this as a link, right, chat to particular user ID /chat/2, sort of like that, what it would do is it will go in that particular page, even though it has the header in place, it will go and fetch the header and each and every piece of code again, and then mount it again, right? So that is the difference between providing a anchor tag link and doing a programmatical navigation. Okay, when you are using the routing, it supports both of them, but for the single page application, this is how you route internally. What I did is whenever user clicks on that, we just route to the user ID, I mean the chat room, and in chat room we'll have all the components loaded. Okay, so navigate is basically a programmatical routing. What we need to do is we need to do import this. Okay, navigate is again a sort of a hook where it says use navigate. Okay, basically what it says is wherever you require to navigate to somewhere, you have to create this particular thing on that component, and you can pass in the path. Okay, you can pass the path wherever you want to move, basically when from any component to another component. Now this router will take care, like chat/1, this router will take care, which we defined in the app.js, right? I hope everything is connecting and you are able to understand that thing, right? Cool. And now, is there anything? Yep. Catch error. If there is any error, console.log. Basically, there won't be any because this is a simple application. Okay. But probably you need to do something with the error, right? If you are doing some real-time application, you need to have a logs stored somewhere so that you can analyze that whether your application is failing for some particular thing or not, right? Cool. So this is done. Now let's go to chat room. And before chat room, let's go to message text box. Or let's go to chat room, not an issue. Chatroom.js. I hope everything is making sense. Let me know if anything is not making sense. We are just doing wiring up two things. That's it. And providing all the props like the set sender, then sender ID, update the sender ID, and sort of thing, which is basically a responsibility of each and every component. Okay. So if I go to chat room, we have a receiver and messages. Okay, because in chat room, what we do is basically we define who will define the receiver from the drop down. Okay, and also we are responsible to send the messages and set the messages, right? So I just need to populate that. Okay, what I'll do is first of all, I have this use effect. Okay, let me know what it is doing. Can anyone guess what this particular thing is doing? Why I have used that thing? Meanwhile, I just add the navigate code. Right? We are basically what we are doing is wherever oops, and use navigate from the router domain. Right? Anyone? Any guesses? It says props. Props means something which is coming from the parent, right? It is passing the sender, which is basically a sender ID. That means if someone accidentally types that without the sender ID, I mean, I just say /chat and /nothing, it doesn't make sense, right? We don't have sender ID. So whom we, and doesn't matter what is the receiver, who is the receiver, it will fail because there is no sender ID attached to it. So when there is no sender ID attached to it, just fall back to register page. Okay, so that's what Navigate is trying to say. Use effect. Okay, what it says is use effect is not there. Cool. Okay. Now, this is a big one. This is sort of a core, okay, of retrieving the messages. We will just go through it once, but I'll request just to, because this is a public repository, right? Just try to go through that code once. This is the heart of the code. Okay, what we are doing is now it combines every concept of use effect, right? Whatever we learned in the previous workshop. Basically, it is about polling the messages, right? Because let's say I sent a message to Harshil and Harshil has opened his view, his chat room. Okay, but he'll only able to know that I have sent the message once he do the send, right? Do the send on the messages, like literally click on the send, so that only he'll able to get that I have sent hey Harshil to him, right? So to simulate that thing, I have done polling. Okay, but this is really bad practice. Okay, you cannot poll the messages. There are multiple other things, multiple other ways to get the message from the server. I hope you are able to understand the problem, right? Like two person have opened their chat window. Okay, one has sent the message, but since UI on the other side, I mean UI on the Harshil side has not made any API call, so UI is unaware that there is a message which Kush has sent. So to make this enable, I'm polling every time and asking API, hey, is there any message for me? Hey, is there any message for me? Like that, right? So what I'm doing is I'm calling the messages API where I'll say props, that means from my parent, get the sender ID and get the receiver. Like receiver is on the same, right? Here only we are setting the receiver. So for this sender ID, for this receiver ID, call this API, right? Get the response. I mean the exact one. This one. This is the response. Okay, which is basically an array of messages. Get the messages. Okay, and now I already have 3 messages in my plate. Okay, and fourth one is coming. So what I'll do is in the response, because the response will repeat, right? It will not just show the difference of the messages, that UI knows this 4 messages, this is the 5th one. that UI need to smartly identify, right? So if UI has 5 messages, that is response.length. Oh, sorry, this is the previous messages.length. That means UI has the 5 messages, and in response we got 6 messages. That means yes, our polling is successful, and there is a message for Harshit. Okay, that means there is a message length is 6. So what you should do is append that message. Basically, that's what it is doing. What I'm doing is I'm slicing the total array from response, because I already know okay, the message till length 6 is already with me. What I want is the message between length 6 and 7. I mean the newer one, right? It could be 2 or it could be 3, it could be 4. But from that particular length to response dot length, I'll trim out those messages which I am not, which UI is not aware of. I'll append those messages in the array and I'll get the total list, correct? Otherwise, if the length are coming as same, then our polling is not successful, right? There is no message for me. Okay, cool. So that is, I mean, this is a concept of like, this is pure programming concept. Okay, it is nothing to do with React or API or something. This is just about finding out the difference between the two arrays. Okay, you're getting the total copy. If there is a length, the response length is coming more, then definitely there is some more messages that I can show on the UI. I'll push them, I'll show it. Okay, what I'm doing is we are setting an interval of every 5,000. That means every 5 seconds we'll see a call going to API, and it will register a call. Like every 5 seconds it will go. Now if you have like attended my first workshop, right, there is a third state called unmount, right? So this is a heavy operation. Okay, this is a computation heavy operation, because every time we are making a call to API, this is making a load on UI as well as API as well, right? It has to be up and running for every 5 seconds. It's not like when user comes, even user is not there, it makes a request. So this is not a good practice, right? So if user navigates from this component, from this chat room, if user goes to register page, right, then it should, what does it mean? It means this is getting unmounted. Okay, so how we get this, like what we do on the unmounting, we'll just clear that interval and says, hey, now you don't want to call this API every 5 seconds. Now there is no chat room we are showing, right? So only when the chat room loads up, then only we will start triggering this polling. Okay, so this is sort of an optimization. If I don't do this, then what will happen is like if this component gets unmounted, still it will keep making the calls, and this will like execute, like this will basically like fill in all the resources, all the threads available on the server side. This is not a good way, right? This API making call every time to API, like, yep, the interval will keep stacking. That is on the UI side. That is on the UI side. Even interval will keep stacking, even on the server side. On the server side, the thread will also keep stacking up. So thread pool will get exhausted, and soon our server will be down. So that is not a good way to do that. Okay. So that's why on unmounting, basically I'll say unmounting. On unmounting, it will just clear the interval. Okay. I hope you got this. And now the second piece of this is receiver. Okay. So whenever we are passing any argument in the array, that means whenever any receiver change, right? That means whenever I select something from the drop down left hand side, do this. So let's say my receiver is Harshil. Now I change receiver to Divya. So for Divya, this gets unmounted. It will clear a call, clear a polling call which I was making to Harshil, right? Instead of that, now get a polling call which I will make to Divya instead of Harshil, right? Does that make sense? Because now we don't need a polling on Harshil's name. Now we need a polling on Divya's name, because Divya is getting selected. correct? Cool. So that's why the receiver is there. Okay, I hope everything starts making sense. Because if we have not kept anything, right, then it would be like on the initial load, it will work as a constructor. On the initial load of the application, on the initial load of the component, do this, right? Where we don't have even selected the receiver user ID. And then after that, it will never get executed. So that doesn't make sense, right? We want it for every receiver to execute. And whenever receiver is getting selected, just for the previous receiver, clear all the intervals. So it will not get stacking up. Cool. So this was a bit hard to explain and even a bit hard to understand as well. Okay, but try to get around it. Cool. Now the last one, which is basically a GET API for getting the initial messages. Okay, every 5 seconds we are getting the messages. That's fine, but also we want user, when user selects, right? User doesn't want to wait for 5 seconds. When user select a receiver, turn on this, right? Turn on this polling thing, but because it will execute after 5 seconds, right? But also make an immediate API call, same call, okay? Also make an immediate API call recently and set the messages first. That these are the history of the messages. Then everything starts loading up. Then first Harshil will see our history messages. Then if I pass any message, this will take care of this, right? So first show the history of the messages, then start polling the messages and how it is related to receiver, right? I hope you are getting the intuition behind that. And this is where it is part of the chatroom.js. Okay, now what I'll do is uh, again, this is a third function. Okay, just be with me. I know there are multiple things going at the same time because that's how it is, right? You have to deal with all the things and get through this. Now this was about receiving the messages. This two use effects was about polling and receiving the initial messages. Now we will jump to send messages. Okay, because we also need to send a message to person. This is all about receiving. Now send a message. So this is about the send API, the post API. Okay, so what does it say? /send will pass the message sender ID and receiver ID. So what we are doing here is we are passing the message text, correct? Whatever message, again the same thing, a React concept, I would say, right? The message, sorry, the message is okay. This is not defined yet. We need to define, otherwise we'll get an error. So message text, we'll get it from the text box. Okay, the message text box. This will be at this level. We'll get the sender ID, receiver ID will pass to that, and we will send, like here, if the response is okay, right? That means the message has been sent. But let's say in scenario where user is sending message to himself. Okay, so you remember on server side we have kept the validation, right? That if user sends message, user ID and sender ID, I mean the receiver ID and sender ID are same, will throw in message. So that message we need to show it here as well, right? Propagate to our UI as well. If I'm selecting myself and sending a message, so that is the wrong thing. Okay, so that's where I have taken care of this, and then I'm just doing it so it will be caught here. So what it will do is it will empty the messages and console.log the exception basically, so that for the invalid step. Okay, if it is a successful step, then we'll just set the messages. Okay, what it will do is basically in previous messages, whatever previous messages are available, it will just append the response. Okay, because basically in while sending the message, if you just think about it, we just need to blindly append that, right? We don't need to wait for polling to happen. Okay, we'll just blindly append that, and whenever polling happens, it the length will match. Okay, before that, that's where we'll just blindly append, because you are the sender, so obviously you will be not, you don't need to refer to API to know that whether I sent it or not. It's just that you know The API knows, the UI knows that I have sent. So I'll just append it in the array. Okay. So this is about sending the message. This is being done. Now we just need to fix the imports. Okay. So if you see, we have an API call import. So I'll just fix this up. Cool. This is done. Now we want this set receiver, set messages to go in message text box. Okay. So now what we want is, now here are the components, right? Now what load and search will do, it is basically our drop down. So it is about setting the receivers, right? So we need to pass that prop here, that hey, set me the receiver, which is basically maintained at this state, right? This is our receiver, so that our component will know who is the receiver, right? Load and search will tell that this is our receiver. Then in message box is nothing but where we show the messages. We'll pass receiver, sender, and messages, all of them. Okay. Basically, sender is coming from props. If you remember, this is on the register page. That's why we kept it on the ape.js. Okay, so that it gets propagated to this. We have the messages, receiver, and yep, sender. And message text box, it only sent the message. So we'll just do send message and we'll pass this particular method. Okay, this is the method which will get called when user clicks on that. It is defined here because it needs to work with this props of sender and receiver, which is part of that. Even it is okay if you define that this method here in the message text box, that is also fine. But if you think intuitively, if all of these things are present over the message box, it makes sense to define that method here, right? You can go anyway, but only thing is it should able to send the message. That's it. And the send the message and set the message correctly. This message is props correctly. Okay, this is what the final state. Cool. So this was the major component. Now everything is easier one. Now after chat room, basically what we need to do is we need to go to message box.js, message box.js, right? Now basically I have coded everything, but what you need to do is, again, there is another catch. Okay, I have to get messages. Props are there. Message box. Okay, let me copy the total one and paste it out. We will explain that quickly to you. Okay. So only thing is this message text box. What it says is message text box not this. Okay. Message it cannot resolve because message is on the okay. Why it need a message? Message for creating the message. Okay, sorry. So what we did is we have copy pasted message text box in message box. That's my bad. Okay. Let it be. We'll just go to message text box, or we'll just go to message box first. Okay. I hope you know what is message box and message text box. Message text box is where we type in the message and send it up. Message box is where we show the message. Okay. So I am in the message box.js where we show the message. Okay. I'll do Control V. Okay. So the thing is, what it will do is default export for message. Okay. Why? Let's say if I do okay, let me import message. maybe control S. Yep, this is working. So what this will do is basically a message box where we show all the messages. If you remember, we are setting that sent by you, right, in the backend, uh, which basically decides where to put that particular message. Message is a component where it will put either on the left hand side or the right hand side, and also change the color, right? And what is the message text to it, right? So this get messages function is basically iterating over all the messages, okay, and mapping it to the message component, because at the end of the day we want a component out of it, right? Now again, a second thing is, if you see, we have, whenever messages gets loaded, right, we have this thing called scroll into view. Now this is where I just want to take your 2 minutes, okay? Now just remember, when you work with WhatsApp, right, whenever you open the WhatsApp chat, first what it shows, does it show the first message you sent to that person, or it shows the last message you sent to that person? Can anyone give me in chat? Does WhatsApp shows the first message or the last message you sent to that person? Anyone? Just wanted to check you are with me. Or you can now open the WhatsApp and just check this out. Last one, right? Cool. So we also need the same thing, right? It doesn't make sense to show the user that this was your first message in 2018, right? Instead of that, he or she wants to see the latest one. So as soon as the message is loaded, right, this message end ref is a reference. Okay, again, this is a use ref hook. You can learn the hooks by your own, but just get the concept. The ref you want, this message ref, basically what you will do is, you will just pass that message into get end message div. Okay, so what I am doing is, at the end of message list, right, let's say me and Harshil are having 5 messages in the conversation. Okay, so what I'll do is, after fifth message, I'll add this particular div. Okay, div, it's an empty div, it will not have any height in that, and I'll just give a reference to this in a ref, use ref. Okay, use ref you can learn, okay, on from Google, that's not a big deal. But what this will do is, it will just, if that message ref exists, it will just scroll to the last message smoothly. Okay, and then show them according to time is better. Yep, yes, Kuldeep, that's correct, but we don't have time to show the time, right? So that is the thing, that's why I have created a timestamp, and we would have sorted it out via timestamp and showed it. Yes, that is, again, you can think of it as a bug. Yep, yep, that is again a bug, but currently we'll go ahead with that. So what Kuldeep is showing, like telling is, basically when we call this API, right, the API where we get the messages, like basically when I call this, right, messages between 1 and 2, it's by default says hey Kush and hey Harshil, but this is not guaranteed. It could be hey Harshil and hey Kush, right? But what was the first case? Kush sent the message to Harshil first, right? Not the other way around. So how we ensure that? We can ensure that in query by that, by sorting that particular all of them by sent by time, right? But currently, by default, yes, this is a bug, but by default this will come in the way, in the order which we inserted them, right? So by default it is working correctly, but we need a parameter in query to which basically sort them by the send time. Okay, I hope you are getting this. That's a correct thought process. Okay, we need that. Any doubt on that? Did, or are you guys with me? Cool. So by default, that is the approach, and by default, it will give the last one basically. Cool. There's no doubt. Then we'll go ahead. So this is responsible to move to the last one. We should done sorting in the backend, but that is not being done. Okay. Okay, cool. And this is basically a message when there is no participant is selected. Okay, so what we are doing is this is our final output. We are setting the receiver name. Who is the receiver? Like if I have selected Harshil, then Harshil will be the receiver. So I'm sending to Harshil. Okay, then message content, whatever messages are happened between me and Harshil will be transformed to a component and will be shown to us, right? And the end message div for the scrolling purpose. Okay, so I hope this everything makes sense to you. I'll do Control S and I'll just go to message.js. I think message.js doesn't need anything because it's well designed component. Now we go to message text box and that is our last component. Message text box. Okay, cool. What it will do is, only thing is, on click of this, we want this to load up, right? We just want to call the send message, send message method, right? The one which we discussed, why I kept that method on the chat room, not on the message text box. So here I'll just call this particular thing what I selected, total on click, right? I'll just tab. It will send a message. It will call the send message method of the chatroom.js. It will call the API. API basically gets the response and it will blindly append that message to the last. Cool. So this is it. And we have another one unsaved file. Let me shut that. This one message text box. Okay. Let's save this up. Now I think we are all wired. We are done with the wiring part, message box, message text box. Okay, this is left, right? Load and search. So this is where the main magic happens of loading part. So I'll go to load and search.js. There is also search and load, right? Where I was planning to do a filtration on the server side, because let's say you have 5 crore participants, right? Your application went viral and you have 5 crore participants. Your UI will start hanging, okay? Because it is loading 5 crore participants. First of all, it is traveling from network call, coming to a UI, and from UI, you're iterating over array of 5 crore length. So it will block the total user experience and doesn't make sense, because anyway, if I'm searching for Harshil, right? So it doesn't make sense to show me all the 5 crore participants, right? Instead of that, let me type in 2 words like HA and just show me the name which are starting with HA, right? Instead of showing all the 5 crore participants. So this is again optimization, which I was talking, but we are not going in that way because we want to quickly deploy that and get it to the end. Okay. So what I'll do is, again, we have half-lick component, autocomplete, on open, filter option. This is what we discussed previously as well, if you remember. Now, only thing we want is this render input. So currently in the render input, we are just inputting the text field, but we also want it to take care of loading state, right? Because when we say get the user, we also want to see the loading state, that yes, I'm getting all the users, because I said, right, if there are 5 crore users, there will be a lag. So till that, it should load up. So that's why we are maintaining a loading state. So whenever it starts loading, okay, so it will call this use effect. What it will do is it will make an API call to to get the options Okay, to basically get all the users, and it sets all the users and sets loading as false. Okay, so again, because loading is being set from here, it will call this again, but loading is false. It will not do anything and return. Okay, so that's how this use effect will work. Whenever there is a loading, we are setting it. So whenever on open means whenever user clicks on that, it will trigger the loading. And loading will basically make an API call and get me the list of users. Okay, and because it is loading, will show the circular progress bar on the text box. This is the intuition behind that. I just copy that code, load and search, and paste it out. And I hope this will work. Cool. Let it reload. And now I think we are done. We don't need to code any other component. We have localhost running. Everything is up and running. Now let's test it out. Okay, so we are on the final stage. So, oh, it takes a lot. Localhost 3000. Okay, we are on our page. Now you can play around with this by anything. Okay, first of all, what I'll do is, okay, let me restart the server because now it is connected to localhost. Okay, so I'll just restart the server so there is no users. Okay, now just pay attention here. Even if you don't pay that, like if you don't understand some of the code part, that's fine, because that's what eventually you will be doing, okay, in your journey. But understand how I debug, how I integrate things after everything is ready. So my server is up. I don't have any users. I can verify. How I can verify? I'll say users, gives me an empty list. Cool. Now we don't have any user. Let me register myself. That is PHUSS. Let me open a network call. Okay. So if I just filter out fetch calls, right? I said start chatting. You see there is a register call and there is an error, right? What was the error? Course error, correct? Does anyone know about the course error? I have a separate PPT for this, right? I was also prepared for that error. That sounds interesting, right? I hate course, even I too. Everyone would be hating that. But that is a defense mechanism. Okay. It's just like you are getting a cold or a fever. You hate it, right? But it is your body's defense mechanism against some external virus. Same way, this is a defense mechanism. This is sort of, you can say, a bandage over any sort of a hacking happening over your website, because some malform code cannot run and make a call to their API. Let's say I make you open my website or I inject something in your Facebook or in your WhatsApp, which will make call to your SBI. Okay, both are different host. You are on the whatsapp.com and you are making a call to sbi.com. This will not be possible if SBI disable. Okay, if just mark my words, if SBI disables any call coming from non SBI host, it could be WhatsApp or Facebook. If this happens, like if this is a primary level of uh, level of prevention of threat, prevention of any sort of malicious activity. Okay, so basically I'll not go in much detail. Okay, what happens is I am on a domain a.com. Okay, let's say google.com. I'm getting an image from the domain a, let's say google.com only. Okay, I'm getting a domain from the same domain. It will work because same origin, always allowed. I am on domain b.com, let's say facebook.com, and I'm getting an image from domain b.com. It will also work because of same origin request. I think there is an issue with this. Okay, but follow me. But if I just from this, right? Sorry. I misinterpreted that. We are on the domain name. This is the domain.com. Okay. And make it google.com. We are on the google.com. Getting an image from the google.com, that will work because it is the same origin. Okay. But we are on the google.com and we are making any call to a facebook.com server and getting an image. That will give us an course error. This will not allow because Facebook will say, hey, I'll just allow few of the URLs or few of the host name, because in header it will pass in the host name anyways. Okay, that from where I am calling this application. So Facebook have prevention that only facebook.com or certain URLs can make call to me. Other than that, I'll block. That is a very basic level of mechanism, a sort of a prevention for any sort of a hacking, so that no one can hack to someone's Facebook account via injecting code to a google.com. Got my point, right? If you are on the facebook.com page, definitely you are going to call a Facebook APIs. That is well known thing. But hackers will try this way. You are on someone else page and calling the Facebook API, and internally you are giving all your credential, password, and everything to some other person. So this is sort of a phishing mail, or a phishing phishing, I would say, phishing thing. That's how it works. Okay, you says how Google image fetches different images from different sources. So here is the catch. So if you say image, right, I said fetch call. So if we are doing a fetch call to some other domain, it will throw an error. But if I pass this as a source or an anchor tag, I can put an anchor tag to your website, right? If you host something like google.com, I can put an anchor tag. It will not do anything. So the same way, it will be encoded in image tag. If you see image tag, it is not doing an API call, right? It will not capable of passing any data to that particular file. So if your URL is in the image tag, it is fine. It will allow. So that's why the Google is able to show any images, right? Because if you see any images, or here if you see, basically inspect this. So this is a image tag and this is a source, right? What I said you cannot make an API call, correct? This is not an API call. This is basically an image call to this particular thing. But let's say tomorrow, if it needs to load a resource from some other third party, which is not in image, but it is in the JavaScript code, not in the HTML code, there it will get an course error. Okay, I hope this is clear. Right, I am talking about the fetch call specifically, whatever we are doing in our application, the fetch calls, the API call.js file. Right, is it clear or you have doubt? Cool, it is clear. Then let's solve this, right? Let's solve this issue for by just removing the bandage, the and just uh, saying that I'll allow everyone. Okay, so how I'll say that? I'll say course origin. Let me go to GitHub. I'm bad at remembering things. I'll just quickly go there, and in backend I'll open the source file and I'll open the controllers and copy paste that thing, right? From the message controller, it says course origin star allow header star. That means any particular origin or any header can be passed to me. Okay, like this. Ideally, we should make it to localhost, but then again, we need to change it while deploying this application, right? So I don't want to do that. So that's why I make it available for all, right? So user controller and even in the message controller. So that means our course error should go away. Cool. So our server is up and running. Our data is flushed. No worries. Now what I'll do is I'll clear this. That is yep. Start setting. Register. Oh, I'm registered. Yep. Response. I got the user ID, payload, everything is working. Right. Course is gone. Now it is allowing everyone, even it is from Facebook or localhost or any domain. Cool. So, oh, it is still showing Kuldeep, Divya and Khush because there is some issue with load in search.js. Right? We have not hard coded the data. I think. Okay, I'm not reloaded it. Chat room search. What it is showing? Load search.css. Suppose there is no load search.css, to given an error. You don't need any CSS for that. Cool. That is what we want. Now again, we'll register, but now I should get a same ID. Okay. Push, start chatting, registered, get the response, user ID is one. Cool. So that is working. I now currently I'm the only one, right? Now let's say let me open a new tab. Let me register Harshit. I'll open that here. Okay. Now what it will do? Just can anyone quickly tell me? This is basically URL rendering. This is not a single page application. Okay. So what it should do? Anyone? Where it should redirect? Okay. Let me open that. Again, tada. You remember we had one check whether the receiver ID is provided or not, right? So because of that check, it redirected here. Okay, let me register Harshit. Harshit, start chatting. For Harshit, it is Harshit and Khush. Tada. Both of them are able to get. Now for me, it's Harshit and Khush. Now what I'll do is same way. Let's mimic the scenario. Okay, I'm remembering the IDs. So Harshit has 3 years ID, right? So I'll select push. First, let's taste this, whether I'm able to send to myself or not. If I say hi, no, there is no message, right? Because there is an error. Okay, there is an error because you send the message to yourself. You're not able to send. Now, instead of that, what I'll do is I'll send it to push. Sorry for the background noise. I push. Yep, the message has been sent. Now it will be soon picked up. Yep, you see, I push. It is working. I say, hey, Harshil. I hope Harshil is still on the meeting, still on the lecture. Hey, Harshil. Hey, Harshil. Voila, everything is working. Meet out. I hope Harshil, you're there. Otherwise, I need to send a check. You in person. Any doubt? Is it like how does it feel like to see me struggling to code any single component and seeing me right like hosting an application which is working end to end? How does it feel? Any doubt? Let me send few of the chats as well. How are you doing? Just to make sure that everything is working. Excellent. How are you doing? Here in 5 minutes, I'll get the text. Yep. Oops, there is an issue. It says, hey Arshil again. Right? This is a problem. This is what we call as bug. Okay. In industry. This is what we call as bug. Why? Because if you see the last message, how are you doing is somewhere lost. Why this is happening? Because the same point, right? We have not sorted this out by the time. Okay, that's why it is picking the last element as he or she. Instead of it should pick it as a how are you doing, right? This is a bug. Now I want someone from you to fix it, right? Not now. Okay, let me push that thing. Let me push that broken code and make it available in uh, live, and someone can raise PR. Okay, that is again a separate thing. You can raise a PR to public repository. I'll merge it. Okay, and whoever merges this thing first, right? He or she will get a some sort of a prize from my side. Okay, I want someone to contribute to this application and fix this bug, that it should be sorted according to sent by, and also it should start showing sent by, right? Matlab, sent to sorry, the sent date basically. Cool. So that is again a broken application but still working. Okay, now let's directly jump to how to make this available in this AWS. Okay, it is 450, probably by 520 or 530 we are done. Okay, so what I'll do is, again, how are you doing? Let it be. Now let's reload and just go there. Cool. So now let's get back to the slides. I hope you understand, right? Everyone is with me. Please, can anyone share yes, at least all the 16 participants? I guess many of you are just from the organizing committee, but at least just for the sake of this messaging application, we are doing it from solo. Yes, yes. Cool. At least there are a few. Okay, cool. Now let's come back to the operational side of it. Okay, now we have the everything running. Now we want to deploy that thing. Okay, so I'll just quickly go through that. So what we need to do is, we need a Docker here. Okay, now what is Docker? What is VM? Everything, I'll explain that. Okay, first of all, Docker is a containerization tool. Okay, which makes container out of your application. Basically, instead of localhost 8080, we want some publicly accessible URL, because you, let's say I want Divya to hit that API, right? She will not do that. She will not able to do that, because localhost is something which is related to me. Now I want this to accessible publicly. All of you able to chat. Okay, we'll do that in 15 minutes. All of you will able to chat with everyone, because we don't have much people there. It's only 12 or 13 people, but yes, we're able to chat. And yeah, so to make this available, basically we need to host our application, okay, on the internet. And basically that means we need some sort of a computer. Again, this VMs and Dockers are always running on the computer, right? It's basically, we call it as a server, which are supercomputers having more memory, more storage, and more computation power. But at the end of the day, they are also computers, right? Computers which are having public IPs. That is what I consider as a hosted application or hosted API. Okay. Now let's come back to container. So basically, the first we to understand the container, we need to understand the virtual machines. Okay, so virtual machine is something from where the whole era of cloud computing started. Okay, so previously what everyone used to do is they used to create their own server rooms in the premises itself. Let's say you are guys from LDRP, right? So probably you would be having some sort of a server room where AC is running on 16 degrees Celsius, and you'll like in summer it is a best place to hang out. Okay, in server room your AC will be running on 16 degrees Celsius, because there will be much of the computation heat, right, from the processor. So that's why it has a cooling, because that's how normally people knows server know, right? That's why I'm trying to make you guys understand that particular thing. And in that server room you probably have your own infrastructure, okay, where everything is accessible within your network, and you have your own routers, you have your own switches, you have your own network to deal with that. Now where the virtualization comes into the picture, right? Let's say to I want to host this application from my laptop, okay, I can do that pretty much by registering my laptop as a public IP, public static IP. I can do that. Then all of your data will be residing on my this application. If I just press stop, it will stop, correct? But that is quite possible, and that's how the era of internet started, right? Everyone was doing like everyone, there are people who are hosting their applications from their laptop itself, right? But why it is inefficient? Because let's say tomorrow you need more memory. If I let's say start doing this, and what will happen is my memory is having a limitation, right? I have 8 GB RAM, I have only 4 cores available. So if I make this as a server, I won't be able to do anything, right? Because everything will be utilized by that particular thing. So server, so by this you are able to understand that server is something which is shared across multiple, like shared across the internet. So it definitely needs good computation power. Okay, it cannot be your simple computer. So what you need to do is you need to have a virtual machine, not virtual machine, sorry. You need to have a big bare metal machine, okay, which has around good amount of RAM. Probably you can have a 64 GB or more sort of RAM slots available, good computation power, good disk, good network. That's it. And on top of that, you want to run your application, right, which is internet facing. So what virtual machines do is first you buy that particular machine, okay. In cloud computing, the Amazon or let's say big tech players, right, Amazon, Google has this machine already, right? Whoever is the cloud provider has that big machine with the computation and memory power. What they will do is they will they will do a virtual they'll create a virtual machine over it. Like whenever you go and buy some sort of a server space there, it will create basically a virtual machine. Why it is virtual machine? Because it is virtually allocated. You will think you are allocated a whole machine, but it is just a virtualization of that. There will be other person who will also be on that same machine accessing the same infrastructure, right? But virtually you both are isolated. And how this is possible? With the use of hypervisor. Okay, so I hope everything is connecting. So let's say I want to deploy my application A and application B. Application B is something what Divya wants to deploy. Application A is something what Harshil wants to deploy. Okay, so what will happen is this bare metal box is available for with Google, which is having its own host operating system. For server, it is not like our Windows 7 or Windows 8. For server, we have a different operating system. Okay, so it could be Linux. It is well known and basically mostly used, widely used. Then on top of that, because now this big machine needs to allocate the resources independently. So for that, we need a hypervisor, okay, which deals with the OS. Okay, so don't need to go much in detail, but we need a hypervisor. And on top of that, I'll bring my own OS. Let's say my application can only run on Windows. So for this too, I need to bring my own Windows. For application B, let's say Divya just want to run on Linux. She coded this application for the Linux, right? I mean, she has a dependency on Linux operating system or a Unix operating system. So she need to bring that case to OS and run the application on top of that, correct? So this is where you're able to share. Now our all our applications are running and in the same machine, okay, we're able to share the same space. And now let's say tomorrow there is a space for, let's say, my application, because it is like renting out someone else hardware, right? Now I want to run application C on that, and there is a space. So now I don't want to uh, I don't need to buy a separate thing for that, right? What I'll do is I'll just say, hey, I want a virtual machine to run my application C. Somewhere there will be a server available where there will be a space, and it will allocate that to us. And we'll have our own operating system, our own libraries, our own application running on top of that. So that's how the virtual machine started. Okay, sorry, with the use of this virtual machine concept, that's how the cloud computing started. Okay, how this AWS and all those big giants came into picture. Now comes the Docker containerization. I hope all of you are aware of, like, all of you are getting this, right? These are the layers. Okay, previously what was happening is you only have a one operating system, either run or leave. Okay, I have Linux, your Java, your mic, you cannot run a Microsoft dependent code, let's say .NET code on my, you need to buy a separate machine. But now this is not the case. You have a host OS, you have a hypervisor, bring your own OS, bring your own libraries, deploy it. We'll make it available. Are you guys awake? Anyone send yes? Are you guys getting it? Cool. Now comes the container part. Okay, so container is also the same, but only thing is now we don't have a need of hypervisor. What we'll do is we'll have a server. Okay, we'll have a host operating system, and on top of that we'll just run a Docker engine. Okay, why? So hypervisor, what was the work of hypervisor? This is a specific hypervisor, by the way. This is a type 2. There is also type 1 hypervisor, which sits below the host OS. Okay, but currently we just talk about this because most of the cloud computing giants uses this model. Okay, so instead of hypervisor, which basically allocates memory or storage space and takes care of that, no one interferes. My application A should not able to see the data of application B, even if I try to make some any of the call on the OS level. Okay, I should not able to see his file system, whatever files he have created. Okay, so that could be a potential breach, which should not happen. So that is what being taken care by the hypervisor. Now comes the Docker engine. Okay, so Docker engine will make it very lightweight. So containers are isolated but share OS, and where appropriate, bin and libraries are there. Okay, so why it is lightweight? Because previously guest OS, there were two operating system, and operating system takes a bit, like, good amount of space, right? Here it almost takes the 1 GB of space, probably more than that, uh, just to run the operating system. And it also takes your hard disk, your RAM, your memory, right? All of them it will take. And there are two operating system running on the system, right? Even the hypervisor is running on the system. So there is a load, definitely a good amount of load on the system, just to make sure that infrastructure is available. Your application is a second thing, right? So definitely we'll get the less amount of space. But here we only have a host operating system, and on a host operating system, just install a thin layer of Docker engine. Okay, it will be a very thin in KBs, and then bring your own image. Okay, your image will have operating system and all those things. Now thing is, let's say we both require Windows operating system. So what we did is there will be two separate Windows operating system. None of them will be shared, right? Because again, I said hypervisor will take care of the resource sharing should not happen across the virtual machine. So we'll have two Windows operating system. But here what will happen is, let's say app B wants Windows, right? So on the Docker file, we'll have an image of Windows, and it will be shared across them. Okay, it will not share the data, it will just share the library, the image. Okay, I'll tell you, we'll come to the image when we actually make the Docker file. But that's what the concept is. We don't need a guest operating system over it. Which on top of Docker engine, just bring your own images. Images could contain operating system, could contain libraries, everything. Everything will be part of that images. Okay, and using this will not occupy this much space, and it will be easy. It will be less resource consuming, and you can consume resource for your application rather than the operating system, just the operating system and the below infrastructure, right? So this is a concept of Docker versus virtual machines. Okay, both are being used in the industry. Okay, even there are places where virtual machine makes sense, Okay, because they need a guest OS like this, not as an image. Or their operating system is not part of any images. They want to customize it. It could be any of the scenario, right? But both are well known and well used, okay, in industry. So is that clear, or anyone has doubt? Yep, clear. Cool. So see how we are transforming from basic Git commands to code, to making it integrated, to making a network call, integrating end-to-end chat application, finding out a bug, then understanding the infrastructure, right? That's all things you need to do if you become a full stack developer. All things you need to understand, and it should start making sense to you. Now let's come to Docker architecture. Okay, so quickly we'll do. Okay, we'll not go through theories. Just this is a Docker client I have already installed, which will support the command Docker host, which is also on your local. Okay, which will internally run Docker daemon. So Docker client is an interface where we just type in the commands. It will get executed on the Docker host, and we have online registry. Okay, so I was talking about the images, right, as an operating system. So if you are able to identify that logo, this is a logo of Ubuntu, if I'm not wrong. So Ubuntu will be an image in the Docker registry. Now, if that for the first time you will need to pull that image, but from the second time onwards, it will be placed in your cache. Okay, in your local machine, it will pull that image only. So that's how registry works. Okay, the first time it need to. So if Docker daemon says I want image of Redis, this is a Redis, so it will pull in first time and get park this in the local, but from the second time onwards it can serve from these images. Okay, sort of a cache for Docker, you can say. So three components: Docker client, Docker host, Docker registry. Docker registry on the internet side, these two are on your local machine. Okay, first of all you need a Docker install. So I just say Docker -b, if I'm not wrong. I get the version. Okay, I think -- version is the correct command, but as you see, there is Docker available, right? So Docker version 20.10.9. So all these two things are available in my local machine. Now I'll run the commands. Okay, build an image. First, I need to create an image. Okay, now I'll just keep through that part. I thought of uh, like this is also another sort of a Docker 101. What do you say? Docker 101 lecture on that, but I don't want this. So what I need to do is I need to create a app.docker file. Okay, I just copy the content. We'll go through the content. Okay, just understand this file. That's it. What I'll do is this is on the backend. Okay, so I'll do here. I'll say new file and say file name is app.docker file. Cool. So it should have a .docker file extension. Okay, so just like how we have XML and .json, right? So I will sorry for the background noise. App.docker file is there. Now I'll paste this content. What I'll do is let me stop this. Okay, so this is the image which I want to start with, right? So if you see here, this is an image, right? This is an image which we need to pick. So basically Maven is basically an image from which we need to start. This is a base image. This is a file which we are just uh, placing our commands that you need to run to make an image. Okay, so first we need to write a Docker file. It will create an image. From image we need to create a container. Okay, so this is a Docker file to create an image. What I'm doing is copy pom.xml. That means my dependency file. Okay, So I have that form.xml somewhere here, right? So just copy that file where my all the dependency are listed to the container. Okay. Then copy the source. That means all the files under source means Java, source means resources and all. Copy my code, copy my dependency, and do Maven clean package. Okay. What it will do is it will clean the file. Okay, clean means it will just clean that target folder. Okay, this is basically a command I need to run. Okay, this will clean the target folder and create the jar file, package the jar file and keep it here. It will not install, just keep it here. And now till this point, till this 4 step, my jar file is available. Okay, what is the name? My chat app backend. Okay, so I just need to give a command here that from target do my chat app backend 0.0.1 snapshot.jar and make it, I mean, whatever name I want to give, right? It could be same as like my chat app backend. So whatever is on the right hand side is our container. Whatever is on the left hand side is our local. Okay. So from local target, pick this my chat app backend. Okay. And then copy this particular thing to the container. Okay. Container with this particular name, my chat app backend 1.0.0 jar. Now entry point is where we now our jar is ready. Like we cleaned it, we packaged it, we copied it. I said it previously as well, right? You will communicate through jar for like once you are done with your code. Now what we'll do is execute this command java-jar. Just give the correct, this command will get executed in your container. Just give the correct jar file name and you are done. Okay, this will create your image. Okay, this will create your image. This will basically be, once you have the image, you can open it on any virtual, like any of the platform we'll be doing in AWS, and we'll make it up and running. Okay, so these are the commands. I hope you guys are able to get the commands. Anyone, any doubt? Quickly, we need to do a lot of things after that. Are you guys with me? Like you got the overall idea, right? What the copy does, what the run does, how we copied all the things from local to container, how we are planning to do that. It's not we executed. Yep. So currently we are giving instruction on how to build the image, right? We have not built the image. We are giving an instruction how to build an image. Now we'll do the build of image. This is just a Docker file being created. Okay. So these are the commands which will get executed. Now let me build that image. Okay. For that, basically I have opened, because I also don't remember all the commands, right? So I have opened this thing called from the Docker Hub documentation. First, this thing I've already written, right? This is a sample one. It says from means base image, take it as a busy box and do this, but instead of that, we'll do this. This is our Docker file. What we need to do is, yep, we need to copy this command. Okay, I need to open command prompt here, a terminal here, basically. Okay, I'm not sure whether how to get this, but let me open it in the folder structure. Let's go to the command. Okay, so we are on my chat app again. Okay, right. So this will build an image. So now I need to provide my username and the repository name, whatever I want to give it to. So it will be basically my chat app, and I already have a Docker Hub account. So Docker Hub is something similar to GitHub, okay, for the images. Okay, so whatever my first name is, right, this is my user ID. So I need to copy and paste that thing here, right? So I want this. If you don't give this, right, this is taking by default first characters of my email ID. But if you take this, right, the user ID and give the alias and build the image on that, okay, and only thing you need to provide is a file name -f. It is basically app.docker file. Cool. So it will execute each and every instruction, download the images, and will create a Docker image for me. Okay, if you see, it is downloading this Maven 3.5 JDK 8 Alpine. Why? Because this was our base image, right? We learned that virtual machine versus Docker. It is only based on images. We don't need an operating system for that. It will download all the transitive dependency because Maven 3.5 JDK also has some other dependencies, right? So it will take quite a lot of like quite a good time, but it will be completed in 5 minutes. But any questions while our image is getting built? We understood, we created a Docker file, we executed few of the commands, and the magic is now you can copy this Docker file and execute for any Spring Boot application. You just need to change the name. That's it. So even you don't need understand the Docker file commands, that is also fine. Just change the name. No, front end will not be in Docker. You can do that, but what we will use Amazon S3 for that. After compiling the front end to JavaScript, right? We'll just put it on the Amazon S3, all the files, and we don't want any sort of a computation over that. So that is fine. So we'll use S3, but you can even use a Docker as well. But you won't be using a Docker for hosting our UI. Okay, so also for UI, let's do the parallel work. What I want is I want a build from this. Now this UI is working. Okay, let me just clear this out. App.js, this one warning is there. It says component is defined but never used. Let's just clear that out. Cool. Now there shouldn't be any warnings. Okay. Now I'll just search how to build React application. I think some. Okay, we are on the same thing. Now there will be a command. We are just running that up, right? But now we need to build that up. Is it npm run build? Let me try that out. npm build. I'll put the background noise. So what this will do is, as I said, right, there is a JSX code available. So this script will, at the end of the day, generate the JavaScript file, which is basically a browser understandable language. Okay, and these are the static files which you can go to any web hosting server, okay, and put those files with the index.html, and it will start working. Okay, it could be GitHub. GitHub is also in GitHub also we can host our application. It could be Amazon S3. It could be any sort of a static website hosting service basically. So we'll be using Amazon S3 since we are using Amazon EC2. So it makes sense to have both in Amazon. Cool. So exporting to image, use Docker image vulnerability, learn how to fix that. Your image is being created, right? If you see, this is my image. If I say Docker images, I'll able to see this, right? My chat app. Cool. So this image is created. Your question was the image, right? So now we have the image. Now what we need to do is we need to publish that image to Docker. Now just be with me. I have the command for publishing that. I don't want to run that. If I run that, right, you can even try that as well. If you want to run that, you will able to run, and get it up and running in the local, same way how we did with the server. Now we are doing it via Docker, but we will not do that because we don't have much time. We'll directly push that image, whatever image is being created, okay, to our repository. This is where chat app. If I just go to my Docker Hub, there is there's a demo chat app, right, which we did for the previous one. Now it is my chat app, so there is no naming conflict. We press enter. Yeah, I'm using the latest tag. The push refers to repository this, correct. Now it is preparing, waiting. Now you're able to see my chat app here. Okay, so now any one of you can pull this. This is open to all, right? So once this is done, okay, let it complete. In the meantime, we want to see what it is doing is creating a optimized production build. Basically, it internally optimize some of the JavaScript code, okay, so which is basically made for the production build. Production build is something where you cannot go with a non-production JavaScript compilation code, okay, so that is sort of a significance of that. But once this is done, in the build folder, okay, build folder of this, you will able to see multiple files. And what we need to do is on Amazon S3, we just need to copy paste that. That's it. That's it. Right. Let it push to this pool. We are getting we are just one step away from make it all available. Okay. Let it complete. In the meantime, I will get the instance from EC2. Okay. So now what we are doing is, it is not a containerization, it is not a virtual machine. Basically, it's not a virtual machine or a container. We are using both of them. When we launch instance, it is virtualization. And when we do Docker run on that, it is containerization. So basically, it is called as containerization over a virtualization. This is not a good practice. Okay. If you have a Docker file, there is a separate service called EKS. Okay. But you need to do a lot of setup on that. I don't want to go into that. Basically, Elastic Kubernetes service. This is what you should be doing if you are using Docker. If you're going with the Docker, use that. But currently, just for this demo, I'll do launch instance. This is in Mumbai region, so that will not get the latency. You can give any name, that is my chat app server. Okay, this is a name. I want to go with the free tier image. Okay, basically this is a free tier one, Amazon Linux 2 AMI. Okay, this is an Amazon flavor version of Linux. Basically T2 micro, which has one virtual CPU. It doesn't have 4 core, 1 GB of memory, but this is still enough. Okay, we don't need a key pair, I guess. That is fine. We don't want to SSH, or I can say create new key pair or say my chat. So this is to log into that instance. Okay, I'm trying to create an instance which with the .pm file. So anytime, probably if it is required to log in, we have that. Allow, okay, select existing security group. Do I have an existing security group? Okay, create. This is allow HTTP traffic from internet. Okay, so what is this? Security group is nothing but an initial firewall for this. Okay, that means whether we need to allow that particular server to allow that particular IP, whitelist that particular IP to honor any of the requests. It is a second thing whether we have hosted any service on that or not, but first we need to allow that. It should have a firewall open for that. So this is a basic firewall for that. This is here also it is written firewall security group. So we are allowing HTTP traffic from the internet. Storage is fine. We don't need any other advanced detail. Okay, this is not what we need. So this is a basic 101 how to launch your instance. Okay, we are launching it in Mumbai region and T2 micro launch instance. Cool. It will launch the instance for us. Now what I do is I go to instances. I just do a quick refresh and my instance is there. Now I want to log in. Okay, but before logging in, what I want to do is my image should be published. Okay, my image is published. Where it is in Docker. If I just refresh this, it will have my chat. It should have my chat. Yep, here it is. Now this is what I'll clone in my instance. Okay, this is basically a virtual machine. As I said, I have an operating system, right? The Amazon Linux. I have an operating system over a host OS, and there will be some hypervisor running on the Amazon side. This is a public IP for that. Okay. Now what I'll do is I'll try to connect with this particular instance, but let me check. Yeah, connect. Okay, I do EC2 instance connect. I don't want SSH client. I just able to connect from the GUI itself. Okay, so I'm connecting to that server which has a Linux operating system. I'll do ls. There is no file, but I'm able to execute the commands. Okay, now we are just one step ahead in deploying our Docker file. Cool. So now I need a Google search, right? Because we don't have Docker on our EC2. So I'll do a search, how to install Docker on EC2. That's it. Everything is just one Google query away. Amazon ECS. Okay, it is not for Elastic Container Service, but anyways, we don't want to update Apache 2. We just need command. By the way, if anyone of you are knowing that, feel free to ping that. Yep, sudo yum update y. This is the command. Okay, that is not pasting. Okay, I think I'm not able. Sudo is basically sudo user. Sudo update. Sudo yum update -y. What it will do is basically update all the packages available existing. Sudo yum search docker. Is it? Yep. Sudo yum install docker. Yes, this one, right? -y. Sudo yum install docker -y. Basically, we are saying yes to all the next steps. Okay, it is installing Docker for this. And what we need to do is just pull that image, whatever is being published to this, okay, my chat app, and run that image. That's it. Now what I'll do is, okay, here is about pushing. Now how to pull and run the image. Here probably somewhere should have mentioned how to pull Docker. Okay, so I'm just again with the, okay, so we have a Docker pull. Probably we need to do Docker start before that. Okay, I'll just go here and say Docker start. Nope, this is not a command. Anyways, let me do that. Docker pull. I'll just slash demo, sorry, my chat app. Okay. No Docker daemon is running. Okay, how to start the Docker? That is the next query what I want to execute. Okay, it is here. Sudo service Docker start. Yep. Sudo service Docker start. So whatever I have shared, right? Okay. Getting permission denied because I have not added sudo. Cool. Now it has started the Docker. We have the daemon running. It is pulling the image from here. Basically, we'll have a one download. Okay. You guys can also do a download of this and play around this. Right. Okay, it is being downloaded. Now I just need to run it. That's it. So Docker run. Docker run. Docker images, Docker pull. Where is the Docker run command? Can anyone help me with that? Docker run command. Docker run. Name. Want this port and all those things. Oh yeah. Docker run. Okay. Docker run with the particular image name. Okay. Docker run. Let me command. Where is the command? Yep, that is what I want. Docker run -p. Okay, so this is where it is getting like we have an internal port, right, which is on 8080. We want to map this particular thing to on port 80. Okay, because we have allowed HTTP traffic and HTTP by default support on 80. So internal 8080 port should be open to 80. Okay. And where I can specify the name of image. Anyone? Docker images and get the image ID. Okay, so that is again a separate step. Let me just run that so I get it. Docker images. Yep. Sudo Docker images. Never. I should have elevated that, but anyways, that's fine. Okay, so above is the ID, right? I just specified the first 3 digits of ID. That is also fine. 6F5. Okay, again sudo. Cool. So now this is running the application. You're able to see, right? So this is the same thing which we are able to see on the local, right? It is started. Cool. So this is done. Now just quickly go back to this. Okay. Where is my EC2? Handling multiple things side by side. Okay. Right. Now I need a public IP to this, right? To query that. It has automatic assigned public ID, public IP. Even you can go with the static IP as well, but I'll just use this. Okay. So what I'll do is instead of localhost, let's try this. That's it. It is on that users. Now it should work. Right. I see request is getting sent, but it should not fail. Okay, it's on 80, right? It will fail. We need to do it on a 80. Okay. So, yep, it's not able to make, it is not able to make a call to server. Let me just, okay, this is even not working. So what I'll do is, let me open up security. Okay, we need a security port open on 80. So 80 is open. Just give me a moment. Just give me a moment. Just getting on. Yep. So where we are not able to connect this, right? So we'll go to security group. We'll say inbound rule is correct. We have a 80 port open HTTP for any of the IPs. We have the correct IP. Now this is where the networking fundamentals comes into the picture, right? It says could not send a request for this particular IP address. So is it correct IP? Okay, let's go back. I need a static IP. Nope, nope, it's not in HTTPS. It is HTTP, and we have opened HTTP port only. Private is this, public IPv4 DNS is also available with us. But only thing is, cool. Probably we have done something fishy in this. It should be open on 8080, right? So it is on port 8080, but for the Docker command, we are passing that, saying that 8080 redirected to 80. Let's not do this. Okay. I'll say everything on 8080, right? Because currently I don't have patience to play around that. Okay. Everything is on 8080. Basically, what we'll do is, because I'm just confused that whether the right one is for the Docker one or the left one is. So I'm not passing any of the parameters. And what I'll do is in security group, I'll open it for 8080, right? I'll just go there, let it reload. Once we are to inbound traffic, edit inbound rule. We'll say add rule for any of the customs TCP for 8080 port, right? We'll say IDR block. So what I'm saying is basically allow any of the, well, I can say HTTP, but I think it will change the port, right? Even though it is a TCP, HTTP is also a TCP protocol, right? You all be knowing that. That's basically a layer chain protocol. But any TCP protocol coming to this port range, allow them, okay, coming from anywhere. So I'll just save the rule. Inbound rules, the specified TCP port 00 allow already exists. Okay, is it? Oops, sorry. It should be 8080, right? Save rules. It is being saved. Now what I need to do is go back to 8080 users. It should give an empty array, which is could not. Probably there is some issue with. Quickly go through that. Instance is running. The side is that. This is the public IPv4 address. Okay. I'm specifying it carnet tele users not able to connect. Cool. If I try, it is on the HTTP, or let's say in security, if inbound rules, I'll say edit inbound rules. Where is the HTTP? 80. Cool. ET port is available. ET is available. We are allowing everything. It should work. Let me just give it a try by assigning any other public ID. Okay, any other public IP to it. Basically, what I'll do is elastic IP address. That's what I want to assign this. Okay, there is no elastic IP address. Open address, even that should say failure. Let me try with that. So what I'm trying to do is I'm just trying to find out a network connection where at least it says that this is the correct public IP, and I'm getting the correct result out of it. Okay, it says site can't be reached, probably because it is not serving anything on port 8080. How to deploy in boot backup. Just a moment, stay with me. Yep, probably this might help. After we did that, yeah, here they have mentioned, right, that -p 8080 to 80 we are doing correctly. 80 is a containers port. Okay, 8080 is a local port, but we have not done anything. Container to build 8080 is a local port. It is a container port. Probably we need to do the same, because otherwise it should have started working. But only thing is, I simply Control C and FNP. What it says, 8080 is a local port, correct? We have the local port running on this. 80 is this. We have provided the image name, not have provided the image name, and now that should work on port 80. Let me just make sure whether it is running correctly or not. Yep, it is 8080 HTTP. Now it should be on 80. Okay, we have already opened that thing. I'll just open that address. Now it should not say can't be reachable. Just wait for the response. If it says some server error, then probably we are good. We don't have any networking issue here. It says this can't be reached. Come on. The public IP itself is not responding. Anyways, let's try this up. So now we are shifted to 80. Maybe users. Nope, could not send request. This is a worst state to be in. You have everything working, but this is not moving out. Allow rules for HTTP, also HTTPS, both on TCP. By default, Amazon only allows for SSH access. Oh no, I guess, let me check that. If I go to this, right, security, I have 8080, 22 and 80 all open, right? When you can see that 80 HTTP is open for everything. You mean I should allow HTTPS as well, right? We are not working with that. Let me do that as well. Okay. If you're saying, just got it from Stack Overflow. Yes, yes, but Stack Overflow doesn't know the exact situation. I'll do that anyways. Let's do HTTPS. Okay, that won't work. HTTPS for all the ports. If you are just trying to understand, what I'm doing is basically allowing all the port range to hit that server so that it's not a firewall issue, basically. So if I go here, instances, and say saying and port 80 is on HTTP, it should be TCP. Is it? Let me do that. Yeah, that could be an issue. Here, it's on TCP. You are saying port 80 is on HTTP, it should be on TCP. It's on TCP. Or you want me to check in? Open address. Nope, site can't be reached. This is a bummer. Okay, let me change 80 to HTTP then. Probably that could be reason. 80 to HTTP. Okay, this is what you are saying to TCP, custom TCP 80. Let's save this. Not made any changes. Why? Okay, so it is considering both as the same. If you do custom TCP or all TCP, oh, this can be one. Yep. Save rule. So what I did is basically I'm allowing all the TCP ports range for all the IPs. Now probably it should work. Okay, we can later on find out what was the issue, but currently I don't think we have patience to do that. Even we don't have people to do that. I have only 3 to. Okay, let me open an address first just to verify. Okay, now it is saying no. Probably public IP is not correct, or anything else could be an issue. Okay, let me. Okay, what I can do is basically to get the public IP. Show my IP or something. I think. So probably we can use call. Okay, to verify that. Now this is getting a bit unknown issue. Okay, which I have also not faced. Find your IP address. IP config -e. That command will work. Right. Config not found. Not the private IP address of your interfaces. We don't want. I just want it from Linux EC2 specific. Okay. Open the terminal position login SSH. Sorry for taking this much time, but that's how it is. It will ruin your day sometimes. So with this public IPv4 address, public IPv4 DNS, that is correct. The public IPv4 associated in elastic IP address with this instance or primary network interface. This is the elastic IP address. Let me attach an elastic IP address with this. This is probably work. Okay, so elastic IP address is nothing but a static IP address. Okay, so what I'll do is I'll just elastic IPs. I'll go here. What I'll do is I'll get my elastic IP, okay, an IPv4 address, and getting it allocated to me. Okay, so this is an IP address which is allocated. Now I go to instances. Okay, instances, and how to allocate that elastic IP address. My public address will be basically replaced with that. If I go this and associate elastic IP address to instance, choose an instance. This is my running instance, associate. Okay, so now if you go to instances, you will start seeing the elastic IP address auto on site IP address where it okay, let me reload that. So basically what I did is I assigned an elastic IP address for this. Okay, yep, this is the address. Now if I just copy that, use that, it's just a random thing I'm trying. It is saying could not write because EC2 is up. Okay, even the 8080 won't work, right? This is a serious mode. So if I go to EC2, I mean, probably that could be an issue, right? Because from their side, because probably security is not being propagated correctly to all the instances. Because I see the ports are open, okay, for everyone. Do we have to install Apache? No, no, we don't need any extra software for this. It should serve because, as I said on the first point, right, the Spring Boot itself has the Tomcat installed in that, right? So the likewise, like how it serves from here, it should start serving from this public IP address. But only thing is, this is not responding. Probably because of this, or okay, how to check whether say I just get the call out of it. Yep, let me do that way. Okay, what I'll do is I just get the call out of it. Okay, and now probably I can hit from within the EC2. I'll just start. Where it is, where it is, where it is. Okay. I'm not sure. it is there, and even this instance is running fine. How will I able to do a call? Okay, let me do that command. Okay, what I'll do is call -f location. I'm just working this as a local host. Okay, -f request get http local host. Okay, because here it will be local host and it will be 8080 or 80. Okay, slash users. This is failed to connect to localhost port 80 after 0 minutes. Okay, that is an issue. TAT empty reply from server. Use not user use reply from server. Okay, localhost on port 80 connection refuse. Okay, so this is the issue basically. We have up to service on 80. Okay, but it is saying connection refuse. That could be an issue. Okay, I think we cannot have multiple. Is it working fine? Let me give it a last try. Don't want to waste time as well. Okay, docker run -p goes other way around. What's that? -p et colon 80, right? So basically what we are saying is on local host, if you have 8080, convert it to 80, and this is the image ID 6f5f. Okay, here it says port is already allocated. So 8080 is already allocated. So why my this request was not working? Probably there is an issue. Not sure. Okay, well, it says 8080 is already allocated. That means 8080 is already up. If I just say localhost 8080 empty reply from server, is it the correct image? Let me give that a try. Okay, docker images. I'll try to run that image in my local. Okay, docker run fmp 8080. Let it be on 8080, not an issue. Page not required, and image ID is 6f5. Cool. So it is up. Now what I'll do is I'll do local host 80. Sorry, it will be 8080. Oops, it says okay. So issue is here, and I say local host 8080. It is not allowing this. It is not okay. Now I got the point. So if you are able to see, right, it is started on port 8080 with HTTP, but even though it is started, we are not able to get the response. And if I do demo chat app, right, if I just go out of it, probably there is some issue with my, it's not doing. Docker. So for time being, what we'll do is probably there could be an issue with my chat app image. We'll do a demo chat app image, right? So what I'll do is Docker run, okay, T79. If I do this right on 8080 port, what it will do is okay, started demo chat application. Now if I just do okay, this is interesting. This started on 8080. Let me convert. Probably I'm missing something, but I hope I'll get that soon. Demo chat app E7T9. Okay, I'll say -p map 8080 280 and run this. Do we need to have any other parameter? I'm just wondering. Okay, run. This is up and running. Oops, 180 is not working. 8080 is not working. I think Docker run command I need to revisit. Okay, I'm trying hard enough to just to get to that point because this is like completing 90% and waiting for Docker run command. Okay, probably I'm missing some of the parameter. Example, just let me get to this Docker run image name. Sudo ps-e. Not sure on that, but we can try that. I mean, what it says is this is the command docker container run -p with. Let me try docker container run then, or let me first of all list down. Okay, let me now do that. There are lots of commands. Docker images. Okay, I get the my chat app. Just copy that out and paste it. After p, we just need same thing, and I would say E79, E84. Okay, and we're saying some with -i and -t flag. Okay, what I'll do is I'll also place -i and -t flag. Again, we need to think, unable to find. Okay, I have misplaced that E79. Okay, E79, E84. That is correct one. Okay, so now it is on 80, right? Finger cross 80. No, it's not even responding. Why? Why? Application, it says started demo chat application. Yes, Tomcat started on port 8080. That is running correctly. This created the table as well, created users one as well, but not sure on that. My localhost is correct, right? So even if I do this, now I have doubt on my application whether it is running correctly or not. If I do this, do it quickly, already fix, just because port 8080 was already used, identify stop process 8080, right? So this is what it is working. We have the users API, even we have a register API. It says could not response. It means it is running on the 8080 but not responding. Not sure. I'm facing it for the first time. Docker container not responding. Port, just trying out some random thing. Port point to 8080. Okay. Now the Stack Overflow. The way I was running the container, port mapping was not working. The port mapping was not working simply because I was setting it in the wrong order. The correct way is okay. Oh, is it? Is it that silly mistake? Let's find it out. If this is a thing, then probably this is really silly. Docker images. Okay. Docker run. What I'll do is I'll place my chat app 6F5 as ID -p and says 8080 to 8080. Okay, now it should work on 8080 at least. Coming here, localhost register. Nope, no response. It will return an IP under URL column. Is it? Let me create local machine address is not recognized. Nope. The port mapping was not working simply because I was setting it wrong order. The correct way is Docker run. I don't think this is what I can do is I have a Docker desktop as well. Let me open that. Let Open this as well. I think Docker Desktop might help. So it basically it's an GUI tool around this. Okay, if I say container, right? So this is a container which is running 6F5. It has started on that. Okay, and if I go back here and I'll just see, I just want to see where what is the port mapping, and I'll say inspect. No, inspect will do this, states is this, this is using this much. This is the best profile. CPU usage is there. Okay. Images, I would say demo chat app. App. Let's stop this and from images. Let me start that. Okay. Optional setting, container name could be anything. It's fine. Host path, container path, no problem. Let's run this. So soon you will see another container up. Okay. Demo chat app is in use. Inspect. Anyways, let it be. So what we'll do is basically, first of all, just learn the Amazon S3 way. Okay. So I don't think there is some silly issue because of that. It is not working it out. Okay. What I'll do is we'll just switch back here to S3 service to host our basically the front end part, right? So what we need to S3 is nothing but a object storage, okay, which basically stores a file system. So what I'll do is I already have a deploy my chat app bucket, okay. I won't create it again. So I created this thing. What I need to do is I'll just upload the files. What I'll do, I'll go here, workshop demo, my chat app front end, and in build we have the latest one, right? If you see the timestamp, it is generated on just hour back. So what I'll do is I'll just do copy this and paste it here. That's it. This is all you need to do. I just say upload. And now if I go back to my S3, right? And now what I need to do is now we have the index.html file, right? All of this is basically having this index.html file and the supporting JSON file and JS files, right? This is basically a browser understandable language. So what I'll do is I'll go to properties. Okay, I'll just enable static website hosting for this. I said enable and host a static website. By default, it will be index.html. I say save changes. Okay, I say index.html. So at least you will see a website, okay, with this. Okay, this is a URL. See, now this is the particular URL. I paste it in chat where you will be able to see the our UI up and running, right? But only because the API is not up and running, the calls will start failing. Okay, sorry, I pinged to finish. Let me ping it here. So this is the API where it is up and running, but what it will, where it will fail is if I do with my name, let's say start chatting, this call will fail, correct? Because we have an issue on the EC2 side. So that is being done. Let's say if you guys are okay, right? Like we are not much, we are just 30. So if you guys are okay, we'll invest 5 more minutes into this. If that doesn't work, I think you got the idea and you will able to imagine what will be like, how it would feel like deploying things, right? We'll just give it a try. Let me list down a container. Yep, front end is working, but only thing is we don't have support for the backend. Docker commands, I should have understood commands well, right? Let me just get to the Docker commands, and probably there is some issue with Docker command. Okay, now he's saying sign up. No, I don't want. So carpool we have done correctly. Now where say Docker images. Okay, let's start from the scratch. I will close this up. I'll say Docker images. Okay, we have this much images. As I said, Docker run and detach MySQL. So they are passing the name of this and with the Docker run, and then Docker PS will give us the code. So great, we already have the codes. So if I run this thing, right, and I'll open another command prompt and I'll just say Docker PS, it should show. I'll say Docker PS. So what it is showing, ports are not there. Oh, this is the problem. Ports are not there. I'll just say I got the problem. I think we are near to that. Command prompt Docker. Maybe this is a silly mistake. Docker run -p. Is it -p? Use to access a container in the interactive mode. That is not an issue. Docker logs, Docker remove, Docker test. Okay, so what I want is basically it should show the ports, right? Docker PS. Okay, this is running, but there is no port located to that, right? What I want is Docker run -p 8080 colon 8080. Okay, and it is my chat app. That is 6F, or I will just copy this out. Latest on that. And this is up. I'll do Docker PS. Cool. 8080 is there, right? It says from any 8080 it will transfer it to 8080. Now what I need to do is, we have a 8080. Let me click on the register. Voila, it is at least working, I think. So it says not found. Why it says not found? Running the correct image, users are not found. Okay. What could be an issue? This is my chat app latest. Still not getting it. Okay, so demo chat app latest is also running. If I just go here, images, and just volumes, news, move it. Nope, there is no such tool to remove, stop all the containers, stop all the containers, docker, first docker kill. No, don't want to remove that, want to docker. No, this is not working. I want to remove stop container docker, docker stop, docker stop my container. Cool. Let me stop that up. Docker stop. Six 083. Docker PS, nothing is running. One more. Bring boot docker. Let me get this. Okay, they have created this docker build. They have run that thing. Docker run hyphen. Okay, use the same command. Right, it should be on. Now I'll just go here in the repositories. I'll just fetch my name. That is, let's say this one. Okay. Demo chat app. Cool. Oops. Yep. Here it is. It's working. Cool. So we are up and running. Now what we need to do is I'll just test it out with not sure what is the issue, because that's what I was doing from ages. But again, let me complete that now. Where is that? Let's copy this. We'll just complete that here, right? Not this. Docker. Want it for the my chat app. Anyways, let me copy that. This. My chat app. Is this the correct command? Demo docker run -b. Yes, correct. Okay. You sign. It is not found. Why? There is an issue with. Anyways, let me go command prompt, and whatever was working, I will do that. Okay, just be with me. And just say this. Okay, and I will copy name from Docker Hub, where it is, demo chat app. No, it's not working. No, chat app. This will verify for the last time, and this same thing will do over EC2, and it will start working. So even it is a demo chat app or this, at the end of the day, both are same. Right. It's starting. Okay, cool. Now it's just 2 minutes away. So if I'll say connect. So this Docker PS. Docker PS. Sudo Docker PS. Okay, there is an image running. What I'll do is I'll kill that image. Docker stop. Docker stop. 6F5. This okay, sudo docker stop. Right. Okay, container ID is 7 VB. Cool. So now there is no container. I'll just copy this command. Docker run -p vtat colon vtat. Let me this is something. In chat app. Okay, is this correct? -p vtat and this. Sudo So now why this is happening? Because it knows my chat app, but it doesn't know demo chat app. So it is downloading it again. It will take probably 2 or 3 minutes. Downloaded the newer images. Now it is getting up. Okay. 8080 is already we have allowed. Cool. Now, is there any users? Not localhost, not localhost. All your hosts. If I go here, instances, get the public IP of this. Public IP, and this should work. And here it is working. Cool. So you've seen, right? So this one is working. Now what we need to do is, now again there is a catch. There is a catch. Just wait for a moment. We API util API call.js, right? Here it's built with the localhost. We want to build it with the our own IP. So it will start communicating with that on the 8080. I'll just blindly save this and do npm run build. Cool. Sorry, again, sorry for taking this much time, but that's how you have to be. If you want to be in this industry, right? That's how you have to be. That's what overtime looks like, right? People say the work culture is bad, the company is bad, but you understand the depth of it, right? It's just that the computer is not understanding our emotion. It's not about, yep, it was good. Googling is an important skill. It is a major savior any point of time. If you are stuck, I would have said that no, I don't want to build that. The workshop is still here. I could have done that, but no. This is what like enhance you as a person, right? You don't just skip through the problem. I mean, like you just don't, you make it finish, like just finish it up. Don't be in the middle. Okay, even there is a single person watching or not watching you, complete that up. Even be it a project or anything, right? Hanging around in between is just very bad. I know that this thing is like is not able to engage more people into that, I would say, but whatever it is, it requires a patience. So all of you, right, all of the 20 or 25 or 30 people who just stayed with me throughout this part one, part two, and all, probably you might not understand everything from scratch because it takes time, right? It requires time. It requires 3 to 4 years for me as well, like just to get to this place. There is a lot of thing after this as well. So it's basically you have to give your patience, like you have to be patient and then give it some time. But I hope you might have seen something which you have not seen previously. Okay. In every workshop, like it is like everything is successful, right? You have seen everything getting successful, but this time you have seen the failures, struggling, all the phases. That's the real thing, right? Sort of a real grind. So here is the build. I will just check whether build is yes, 1830. That is correct. I just need to do Control C. Let me open the Amazon S3. Okay, objects. Okay, upload. It will override that objects, right? I just need to do what I just need to do is just copy and paste the 10 things here and say upload. Upload here. Everything is getting uploaded. So again, the one thing to note here, we are doing all the things manually, right? But in industry, there will be a pipeline to do that. There are multiple things which I am doing manually, right? The Docker file, Docker commands, all can be combined in with the help of Jenkins or with the help of Compose, Docker Compose file. Yep, that can be done, right? But I was just because if there is more automation, then you will feel like where these things are going, right? So I did something manually, so you'll understand the pain that why we require automation over this as well, right? So this is being deployed. I'll just go to this, the URL, let it open. I'll register it as Khush. Start chatting. I am inside. Cool. Okay, guys, you have the link. Start filling in. At least show your participation here. Want okay, not the screen. I don't see any participant. Kuldeep join. Hey. Oh, you sent hello. Who else? Who else are joining? See, even we are programmers. We can do users API. I see only Kuldeep and Khushbu join. Yep. Right. So let me close this up. How many? Oops. Yep, there is a power outage, but I hope I am audible.
Yes, sir.
Cool. So yeah, this is it. Now let me send hi. And no, it's bit simpler one, but still be able to get this, right? This is it. We deployed it. We're able to work with this. Any doubt? That is it. That was the end result. The URL was the end result, and we are able to achieve that, right? There is one bug, right, that we need to sort this by sent date. Great to know that. Thanks, Kuldeep. Okay, so this is it. This is done. Now anyone wants to unmic because unmute themselves, because it's been more than 4 hours, right? In 2 days, just to get that thing running, up and running. Any feedback for me or anything? You guys can unmute, right? Then 10 of you. And not much. You like it, or it's too much exhausting, or you're not in front of your PC? At least just send yes if you're just in front of your PC. Okay, cool. Not much. Yes. Yep. Anyways, I hope you have learned few things, learned some, like what sort of attitude you need to show while developing anything. Okay, never give up attitude, I would say, and then just keep pushing the limits and learn things, right? Even you guys were also amazing. You helped me in a lot of ways, right? And for the commands, or I would say, like with the bug, yeah, like I think Kuldeep pointed out the correct bug, correct? Even I was not knowing that, and because of that, there is an issue, right? We are not able to poll the messages correctly. So you can feel free to improve that. You can raise a PR for that. I'll review it, we'll deploy it. This can be even become your internal application while you are working in your lab, right? You can chat with your buddies with this, and no one will able to know that. I mean, there are multiple use cases of that, right? Because this is link of the GitHub. Let me paste this to you. I just give. Okay. Let me paste this. Right. So I hope you all got the link. Even I will that I can email you anything. Okay. You can reach out to me on LinkedIn as well. Just search Khush Gandhi and type in my company as well, Intuit. You'll able to get my LinkedIn, and it will be great to connect, right? I'll try to make this content crisp and concise. I will do experiment, okay, and will give more talks or more workshop, more precisely, more concisely. This is the first time I'm doing, by the way. So every like definitely it's allowed to fail for the first time, but from the next time will be more precise and like honor the time very well after that. Cool. If there is no question, then we can close. I think it's already 6:45. Thanks, Khushbu, for staying this much. I'm sorry as well for ruining your Saturday.
No, it was wonderful.
Cool.
We loved it. We enjoyed it. Thank you so much, sir, for being here and enlightening us. It was amazing. It was such an amazing session. It was wonderful. Thank you.
Glad to know that. Thanks.
Okay, so if no one has any questions, can we conclude the workshop? Okay. So looks like we are at the end of the workshop. So let's conclude it. Thank you everyone for attending the workshop and joining us today. I hope everyone enjoyed, and we really look forward for seeing you in the next event as well. We'll be sharing a feedback form, so please make sure to fill in the form and tell us how you felt about the workshop, or if you want to improve, if you want us to improve any further. It will also contain your details, such that your name that you want to get printed on your certificates. So please make sure to fill in the whole form and register in the hackathon if you're not done yet. Also join the Discord server because it's really mandatory to get further information of the events, and stay connected to our social media to stay updated. So let me put the link here. And this is the feedback form. Please make sure to fill in the form. So that's it. Let's conclude. Thank you again, sir, so much for being here and teaching us, enlightening us.
Thank you. Happy weekend. Bye bye.
Bye bye. Have a good day.